That's what we do up there, Rosa. That's exactly right, okay. What else the kind of folks need? They could bring some resources. So it actually, she's been up now, I guess, for 20 years. But you know, it really brought her to hit me, because she really, most every Sunday.
Oh, this way. Okay, got it.
Excellent
Thank you.
program. She would
Absolutely.
always call me
I thought this one.
for, unless she was some plan with her, she did a long time, so she might.
Yeah.
It even during the week sometimes she might.
Yeah. Well, I enjoyed listening to people talk about it.
Yeah, and they did a good job.
They did.
We do have a quorum. Are we not expecting anybody?
I've not heard from.
Madam Clerk, have we heard from any other commissioners?
Ms. Viola, Ms. Harris said that she would be here shortly. I haven't heard from Mr. Webb, but he did respond to the message saying he was going
Well, we do have a quorum, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Having a quorum. Good morning, everybody. I think I got something I don't know what I'm doing with, but let's make sure we got. Yeah, it looks like. All I need to do is just call it. We all did, what do we?
Well, the call, I think we only attended it.
As county commissioners, so we need to go out, county commissioners, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now sitting as
We call it to order as county commissioner.
as county commissioners. I'd like to ask for a motion to go into the Board of Equalization and Review.
So moved.
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Having none, ladies and gentlemen, we now stand as the Board of Equalization and Review. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Mr. Evans?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to invite our tax administrator, Ms. Teresa Lewis, to come forward. As she comes, at this point, this is a quasi-judicial proceeding, and so everyone who's going to speak, including staff, will need to be sworn in. So we'd like to invite Ms. Lewis and any of her staff who are going to participate, as well as any of the appellants that are here today, who plan to come and speak about their appeal. We will invite all of them to come forward and be sworn in together.
Is there anybody here that's going to speak to this board today? Please come forward. Stand right over here, please.
We have some
Stand, Bibles, stand right over here, please. Madam,
Stand right there.
do we have another? You have another Bible? Okay. Madam Clerk?
Do you swear or affirm to tell that any evidence that you present to the board today is the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you so much.
Good morning, County Commissioners. Thank y'all for setting some time aside for me this morning. We do have an agenda in your packet on top for me. There is been just some background for this year's appeals. We've had 50 informal appeals that our office has addressed, 20 formal appeals that you guys will be hearing on. You've heard 3 last month, or the first of the month.
We were here 17 more
You
today?
were here 17 more today. And then only one of those have appealed both informally and to you guys, okay? So the first one that we will be addressing today is appellant number 4, which is Wendy Rizzolo. And I'm going to give you the brief overview.
A silent sentinel of faith. Yet, are you truly harnessing its divine potential? Pope Leo IV.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm going to read the brief overview and the recommendation by our office. And then Mr. Rizzolo is here and to speak on Ms. Wendy Rizzolo's behalf. I would need a copy of your POA. Okay, if I could get that now, please. Thank you. So, the property is for Appellate 4, Wendy Rizzolo. The 2025 value that was assessed originally was $530,046. The appellant's opinion of value is $430,000. Our office is recommending $530,046. The property located at 433 Cotton Lane, Tarboro, parcel number 472792777300. Appellate's basis for appeal is subject property is appraised at more than its fair market value. Value notice was mailed in February 2025 due to a percentage complete being moved to 100%. Notice stated $637,502. Taxpayer appealed in writing on March 3rd, 2025. Appraisal staff met with Mr. Rizzolo on 2 separate occasions to conduct an on-site visit. Once data was verified, adjustments were made to remove custom interior. Basement was moved to unfinished and condition code adjustment to average. New value notices were mailed on March 10th, 2025, advising Mr. Rizzolo of the change to $530,046. Board of Equalization appeal was received on April 30, 2025, with additional information including comps and construction points that were considered in the first appeal. Staff made no other recommendation changes for the board to consider this time. And so I'll ask Mr. Rizzolo, who I do have a copy of his POA from Miss Wendy Rizzolo, to be able to speak on her behalf in this matter. So,
Any questions of Ms. Lewis? Hearing none, please come forward, sir.
thank you.
Please come forward, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
First off, I was assessed an extreme amount originally, like in the 600 range. And when Art, and I think his name was Sean, I may be wrong on that, came out to look at the house, they claimed it was an above average house. I sent them a list of 18 reasons showing why it was not above average. On that list was things such as stock cabinets, not custom cabinets, bamboo floors, not Brazilian hardwood, Delta bath fixtures, not growy or any expensive ones, no crystal chandeliers, just plain 5/4 wood decking. And the big thing is, I don't think Art or Sean understands the cost of doing a log home. When you build a log home, it's much cheaper than stick framing a home, so it's got to be less in value. When you do a log home, you have one contractor comes in and sets the logs in, and they're done. When you stick frame a house using 2x4s or 2x6s, you have to frame the house with a framer and put sheathing on it. You have to have someone come in and insulate the walls. You have to apply sheetrock on the inside of the walls. Then you have to apply an exterior finish, and it might be brick, might be cedar shakes, could be vinyl siding. So you have 4 or 5 different contractors involved, which raise the cost of your building the project. With a log home, it's one contractor comes in with a crew of 4 or 5 guys. They put the outside walls up. They have an R value of R13, so there's no insulation. The inside is a flat finish, which has been sanded and smoothed, so again, no sheetrock gets over that. So it's much cheaper to build a log home. I have a list of costs of what everything costs here. Would you like me to go over the list? Is that
Present,
pertinent?
this is your presentation, sir. How do you feel about it, sir?
Excuse me?
If it's information you think we need to get, please do.
I think it's information because it gives a total value of what the house is actually really worth as far as what it costs to build this house. So at this point, I feel it's important that you know that.
Please, but please give it.
Okay. For the materials for the log home, it was $104,625. That was E-Log Homes over in Gold Rock for Route I-95. I got a builder from Pine Tops, Kevin Myrick Pro Construction, who did the construction of the log home. And part of the construction of the log home, if I had E-Log Homes would do it, it was a package deal where they would do the logs, the inside framing, hang the doors and windows, put sheathing on the roof. It was my responsibility to cover the roof with either shingles or metal. Any exterior doors that required any kind of glass, I had to purchase that. So they supplied all the materials and a contract to do the labor. Kevin Myrick gave me a better price to do all that. His cost was $128,000. My kitchen cabinets cost $23,000. My roof metal materials cost $9,000. My plumbing in the whole house was $28,000. My HVAC was $22,000. Electrical, $38,000. My bamboo flooring, which is comparable to oak flooring, except again, bamboo flooring is cheaper to install because it comes finished, it's tongue and groove. Where if you put oak flooring in, you have to purchase the flooring, which is a little bit more than bamboo as far as the square foot goes. Then you have to sand it, finish it with 2 or 3 coats of either polyurethane or Swedish water finish. And then again, it's more costly because it comes down to about $9 or $10 a square foot with an oak floor as compared to a bamboo floor, which is about $6 a square foot. My foundation, my footings, and my fireplace is $26,000. One of the other things involving my fireplace was when Art and Sean came out, they claimed that my fireplace was above average. My fireplace is a framed out fireplace, which I have pictures in my phone, and it's a stone veneer. It's not a solid stone structure. You can see the picture up there, it shows the outside. My bathrooms are basically simple, basic tile, nothing special. Again, there's no crystal chandelier hanging in the front hallway. The other expenses, the doors and the trapezoid windows ran me $5,200. Extraneous stuff such as paint, appliances, and countertops was $7,500. So approximate cost to get this house to where it is today, where I got my CO, was $406,825. When you add the cost of the land in, it comes out to $56,000, which comes out to $462,825, which is a lot lower than the $540, I believe it was the last number they came up with. Now, my experiences through the years, I'm certified in the state of New Jersey as a carpentry and building trades teacher. Can you pass this up to the gentleman, please? For 35 years, I ran my own business doing building and home and commercial renovations. So I'm experienced as far as the cost of things. There are numerous things in this house that I did all the labor on, such as all the trim work. I did all the trim work myself. I tiled one of the bathrooms myself. I did the bamboo flooring myself. I helped install the kitchen cabinets. So my labor costs were a lot less than someone who had to hire every single contractor to build the house. The other thing is, when I got my evaluation, it tells me here, let me pull it out. I don't quite understand where the starting point is to how much per thousand I'm paying in taxes. Yet, I itemize things. For instance, if you look at this property report card, which I have here, there are 2 areas listed on there. Section C and Section D. Porch, open finish, porch, open finish. If you take the square footage of one, such as porch C, and you divide the value by the square footage, it comes out to approximately $53.72 per square foot. If you do it for D, it comes out to $52. They're both the same thing. They're a porch with wood decking. Why is there a difference in cost when you figure out cost per square foot? This is what I don't understand. The other thing I don't understand is normally you're taxed on your living space. Okay, that's your base that you start with. I don't know what numbers they come up with. They couldn't explain it to me where I understood what they were saying as far as, well, we add this on and we add that on, we add this on. It keeps adding to your base. So as I stand here, I know I've got an evaluation of $537,000, but I don't even know how much I'm supposed to pay taxes on. Now, I mean, if I have let's say $100 per 1,000 feet, I got a 2,600 square foot house. That would be, $2,600 in taxes. I don't expect to pay $2,600. I know better than that. The point I'm making is, what is my base? What is the number they're coming up with my final tax? So, am I being charged more for taxes because I got a tile bathroom? Am I being charged more because I got bamboo floors? When it's cheaper to put bamboo floors in an oak? This is where I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. No one can seem to give me those answers. So that's what I'm searching for today, and a final number as to what my tax bill is going to be that I have to pay taxes for. I mean, I know I have to pay taxes, and I'm here to, get this ironed out so I can pay my taxes. Is there any questions?
Well, I'm gonna ask staff to maybe address some of the questions that you raised, okay? That you just raised, if they can clear up some of the, you got the questions?
Yes, sir.
You heard the questions
Yes,
that were
sir.
just raised. Can you address some of Mr. Rizzolo's questions?
Yes, sir, we'll be glad to.
Please do.
Any other questions for him?
Eh,
while he's here?
we might need some more questions from you, okay?
Okay, should I stay here or go sit down?
You can stand right there, or you can
Okay.
sit. It's
That works for me.
a discussion now, okay?
Okay.
Okay. You can have a seat right behind us, a seat right behind you.
So, first I would like to introduce our appraisers, Herb Bradley, our real property appraiser, and Shane Blanton, our real property appraiser, and of course, Ms. Caitlin Keel, our deputy tax administrator. I'm gonna ask Art to come up and explain the, question on how our system calculates the value. It's based on a point system. And so we have it in, a slide right here for you guys. I believe, isn't it in their packet as well? It is in your packet.
Just like that. I have both a table at the top and then this list in the points down below. So good morning, Commissioners.
Come on. Tell us who you are.
I'm Art Bradley, real property appraiser for Edgecombe County. Appreciate the opportunity to come back and serve Edgecombe County in this capacity, so thank y'all. So in our approach to value, we use the county schedule of values. We go through and analyze the house based off what it's, different components that it's built on. And the things that are listed here from base rate down is the things that we put into the system that calculates the value of the structure. So we start with a base rate of $115 per square foot for single-family residences. Then our system is built on a point system, so each thing that we go through and analyze and put in the system is assigned a point value, and we'll go through how those points add up in a minute. So looking at the house, it's got the foundation's continuous footing, so there's a footing that runs around the house. That would be different than a slab house that's on a spread footing or on piers like typically a double wides or something like that. The subfloor plywood is the wood floor, it's not concrete, those kinds of things. The exterior wall is log and it gets assigned 34 points. So that would be different than like a aluminum or vinyl sided house gets assigned 28 points. So there would be 6 more points that would be in this house versus a typical vinyl sided house. Continue on, the roof structure is a simple gable structure, gets 4 points. The roof cover is a metal roof, it gets 3 points. It's heated, electric, air ducted through the house, gets 5 points. Air conditioning gets 7 points. Interior wall is drywall, 27 points. The floor, we don't have very many options in our flooring. Hardwood laminate goes in as 12 points compared to sheet vinyl or something like that. So,
You're saying regardless of what's on the floor, this is the way we would do it?
well, for what he's got, we would consider probably laminate flooring versus hardwood. They get lumped in as the same value. So we don't have something that splits out that differently than
We
hardwood.
mean in Edgecombe County, or is that state?
Edgecombe County, that's in our schedule of
Okay,
values.
right.
The next thing is the number of bedrooms, baths, full baths and half baths. He's got 3 bedrooms, 2 full baths and 2 half baths, and that gets assigned a value of 15 points. We have a fireplace, single story, gets a value of $2,500. That's added after all of the points are added, and that value is determined, that $2,500 gets added at the end. So out of his structure, he gets a total of 116 points. And then there's adjustments for the quality factor. When we went back and did the informal appeal, we moved his house from above average to average. That gets no adjustment, it's the same value. Size factor, his is 2,678 heated square feet. There's no factor adjustment to that. The only place that comes into play is houses that are less than 1,200 square feet. And then the shape design is rectangular. It's a simple rectangular box, and so that gets the same value, no value adjustment to that. So the 116 points after value adjustments is divided by 100 to give you an index of 1.16, and that's applied to the base rate of $115 per square foot to give you an adjusted base rate of $133.40 per square foot. And then that value is applied to the structural components. So on the right of the slide, or going down in your paper, the base is $2,678 square foot. That gets allocated at $133.40 per square foot. The garage is 930 square feet. That's assessed at a value of 50% of the base rate. And so 50% of $133.40 times your 930 square feet gives you that value. And these values here are the amount less depreciation. He's got 2% depreciation on his house. Porch. And the reason we've got different porches on here is because they're different components and we have to measure them differently so that it makes it simpler for calculations and drawing for your house.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second?
Sure.
Yes, sir, please.
It's
Go
the
ahead.
same material on front porches, back porches. It's all 5-quarter decking.
Right.
There's nothing different.
Right.
So why should the numbers be different? If it's the
Yes.
same, if it's the same materials on front and back, why should there be a difference?
The square footage should be the only thing that's different.
Well, that's the only thing that should be, but the
Right.
cost per square foot should be equal,
Right.
and they're not.
At 35% of $133.40.
You raise a question that they're not.
No, they're not.
Yeah, and we'll have to look at that. That would be a system calculation error. And we'll
Okay.
have to figure that out.
Okay, go ahead.
So different parts of the porches are listed separately as how we have to draw them into the system. They're at 35% of value. The basement, when we went back in the informal appeal, it was a finished basement. We went back and made it unfinished because it was clearly not finished and it was very low, not very usable area.
It doesn't have 8-foot ceiling height, it's got 7 feet 4 inches.
Right.
and it's got a lot of ductwork running through it.
So it's valued at 20% of that adjusted base rate.
So is it a basement or is it just is it a basement?
It's an unfinished basement.
Unfinished.
If it's finished, is it livable?
It
Could he
be.
finish it and
Right,
have
it could
livable
be.
space?
Yeah,
And it's not the full size of the house either, it's only a third of the house.
yeah.
That's a
And
basement.
if I remember right, that might have taken it from 40% of the adjusted base rate down to 20% of the adjusted base rate. Another portion of the porch, yes, sir.
But if my basement is 1/3 the side of the house, shouldn't the 40% be 1/3 of that instead of half? You took it from 40 to 20. That tells me I have a basement that's half the size of my house.
It's
I have a basement that's a third of the size of my house.
775 square feet. And that's probably about a third of 2,678 square feet.
It's less than a third.
Yeah.
So why is your 40% going down to 20%? In other words, if you're charging me 40%, if I had a full basement, you're saying we're gonna knock that down to 20% because we think you have a half basement. I have a third of a basement in my house, so I should be looking at approximately 13%, not 20%.
No, the
13%
20% of is
13%
the
of 40 is
value.
1/3.
20% is the value of the adjusted base rate. Your square footage
I
is how much
understand that, Art.
area.
You're adjusting your base rate from 40 to 20, that's half. So you're saying if I have a house that's, I'm gonna use rounded out numbers. If I have a house that's 2,800 square feet, and I have a basement that's 700 square feet, that's 25% of my house, size-wise. Your 40%, instead of coming down to 20, should be brought down to 25% of 40, which is 10%.
No, the 20% is of the adjusted base rate.
You
The
don't
square
understand what I'm
footage,
saying?
I don't.
Okay,
I don't.
I'm gonna try to make this
Let me see if I can make a point. While he might not understand what you're saying, you're telling us the way we do it, is that correct?
Right.
Okay.
We went and measured.
You are
the-
telling us how it is done here. Is that correct, Ms. Lewis?
That's correct. So basically, what we're trying to say is that the 20%, the 40% adjustment was made because of the change of the type from unfinished to, from finished to unfinished, not that the percentage in relation to the structure rate. The rate of the change from a finished to an unfinished was a 20% reduction in the total overall assessment of only 775 square foot of that structure. So because of its use. So that's it's not an overall thing, based off of what he's asking. It is the rate to just that basement, which is a third of the overall property, so.
So
So
You
you
think-
can pull a number out of the sky and say,
No, sir, it is in our schedule of values.
it appears to me that you're telling us the way we do it, and he's telling us the way he thinks it ought to be done. Okay.
40 to 20 is finished.
Ms.
versus
Peters,
Right.
That's correct.
have you been sworn?
No, sir.
Please be sworn. Please be sworn.
I'm trying to clarify.
Okay, but I need you sworn. Okay. Please swear.
Swear 'em.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence that you get ready to present to the board is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now please go ahead. I want your input. Go ahead.
40% to 20% is because it's finished versus unfinished, regardless of the square feet. And then you apply the 40 or 20 to the square feet of the
Right.
rate.
That's correct.
That's what happened.
Does that help clarify that?
I don't know whether it clarifies for him.
Okay.
Does it clarify?
well, it doesn't clarify because I don't know how you got it, that number 20. You just decided to take 40 and split it in half.
So, no, sir, we did not. So basically, we do a mass appraisal here in North Carolina, and we're required by state statute to determine the values of each individual structure type, what word am I looking for? Component of each dwelling based off of the sales in our county. And so we have to determine that based off the sales. We come up with a schedule of values that is voted on, advertised, voted on, adopted by our county government, and that is the components that we use for every structure here in the county. The only thing that comes into play when it comes to our appraisal and our opinion of value as appraisers is our quality factors and our grade factors, and that is opinion as to what we consider what condition the property is in. As far as the construction, that is our schedule of values, and there comes no play of our appraisal in that piece of that factoration. Does that answer?
You got another question, sir?
Yeah, I've pulled up comparables of properties in Cotton Lane and Cotton Court.
Okay, so we have addressed those comparables. If we can finish this appraisal piece so we can determine how the value is calculated, and then we'll move on to talking about those.
Go ahead. Go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you.
Okay, just to round out this part, we were at the basement. The wood deck on the back is 924 square feet. Again, it's 20% of that base rate. Value gets applied to that square footage. There's another little small portion of porch, and then another small portion of wood deck on the front. And then those values, that's the amount less depreciation. All right, so if I could have the previous slide.
Let me go back. Hold on. I'll go back. All right, Eric. Let me do one more. Oh, Johnny speaks to me. Thank you. Thank you, Johnny. All right, so that's the one you wanted? Or- No.
So this is the table at the top, and Mr. Rizzolo provided us 6 properties to compare it to. Out of the 6 he compared it with, 1 was a modular in that neighborhood that is a different base rate than a single-family residence. So I've not included it here. And then another one was much further away up near Whitaker's that had other aspects to it that wouldn't make it a good comparison. So looking at these, the first property, the subject property, is Mr. Rizzolo. And then these are the 4 properties we're comparing it to. So the first line is our Edgecombe County tax value for 2025. And you'll see there's some, pretty significant differences in there between the 4 properties compared to his property. The next line is, the first is his opinion of value for his property, and then he had provided some comparisons that he had gotten off of Zillow, and then calculated also on there. That's in your packet in the information that he provided to us. The next thing you'll note is the construction date. And so we've got his construction date is 2022. That's when they first started construction. But you'll see the comparison properties are more than 10 years old compared to his. And so there's a significant amount of depreciation in those properties. The next line is total building value. Now total building value also includes the next line, which is outbuildings and extra features, which may be additional structures on the property, maybe concrete, different things that are on the property that are considered a building but not the main structure. So the next line is house value new. So ours goes into the system and calculates it as new and then applies depreciation to it. And if you looked at what our system considers new for each of those structures, you can see what that figure would be. And then the next line is depreciation that comes off of each of those structures, which is significant. And then the next line is depreciation, the tax value. That's what we consider the house structure at currently within its depreciated state. And initially, it was listed as above average. In informal appeal, we went back and changed that to average. And you can see what the other structures that he compared it to, only one is listed as above average. We mentioned the next line is points and quality index. And because our system is built off of points, we just can't use $115 per square foot. We have to factor in the points, and then that adjusts that to an adjusted base rate. So his is $116, 116 points divided by 100 gives you index of 1.16. The next property is 106 points, but has above average factors in it, and is adjusted to 1.21 index, and that's applied to that $115. The next property is 118 points. The index is 1.18. The next property is 111 points. Both of the next two properties are identical. 111 points with a factor of 1.11. So when that's applied to the base rate of $115, you can see what that calculated adjusted base rate is per square foot. And his is $133.40 per square foot, the above average house. The next one is $139.15. The next one is $135.70. And then the next two are $127.65. So you can see they're pretty in line with the other properties as far as base rates. We're not way out as far as, charging him more than what we do other properties. If you look at the property record card, it'll tell you what the total square footage is, but you also need to look at what the base square footage is, which is that second figure down there. And his base square footage is 2,678 square feet, which is over 200 square foot more than any of the other properties that we've compared it to. So, that's looking at the comparison properties that he provided to us. Any questions I can answer on that?
Any questions? Mr. Rizzoli, question?
I have a question in regards to that points list that you had up there. I'd like to go over something on that real quickly.
Next slide.
Hold just a minute. Let me get his question. You got a question now?
Yeah, I'd like to know
Go.
on the points. First off, it's got subfloor plywood. I got OBS, not plywood for subfloors. E-log, exterior wall logs. You got 34. What is the number if it was a framed house, stick frame?
So if it was aluminum vinyl sided, it would be 28 points.
All right, okay, it's 28, that's 6 points less. Yet a log home is cheaper to build than a stick frame home. So why is my number higher than a stick frame home? This is what I don't understand. I don't think you have knowledge on what it costs to build a log home.
And that may be within our schedule of values, but that's what the schedule of values calls for a log home.
Well, who makes up these scheduled values? Obviously, if it's cheaper to build a log home.
But I believe that, is it a schedule of values that this board has approved of?
It is, and yes, sir. And again, I would like to stress that construction type is a factor, but the sales price is what we analyze and determine these properties' point system on.
So you're
It may, vary depending on the type of construction, but it ultimately is if we have seen property sell for that that upgrade and factor is where that comes into play, is the sales.
So
my question to you is, you have 474 up there, right? As a total.
That's for the building structure only.
Right, so
Yes.
we add the land, what I paid for the land, 56, that puts it up to 530. Would you give me 530 right now today and you can have the house?
That is not a question
Yes or
for
no?
me.
well, I think
A sale occurs when there's a willing seller and a willing buyer to go into that transaction, so.
it,
I couldn't get 530 for that house if,
are there any other?
made it look like a mansion.
That's the only evidence we had to present for this case.
Is there anything else you have to present, Mr. Rizzoli? Mr. Rizzoli, is there any other thing you have to present?
I mean, I value the house with the property somewhere between 450 and 475 as a fair evaluation. Anything over 500 is totally out of the ballpark, like I said. I just asked her, would she pay $530 for it? Obviously, she couldn't say yes. I don't think any of you would pay $530 for it. So it's not worth $530. It's worth $475, $450, $460, in that range.
Well, I can't answer that question. I have not seen it. There was a question of,
The other question is,
excuse me just a minute, there was a question
what's
of,
my total gonna be and how much is my tax bill gonna be?
well, the recommended, it's recommended that we accept $530,046. Is that correct?
Excuse me?
It's recommended that the tax assessor is, go ahead, make your recommendation here.
Yes, sir. Hold on. My recommendation is to accept the value as $530,046 as the 2025 taxable real value.
That is what they recommend. There was a question of calculation.
So, once the tax rate is set by you guys, then we can determine what that bill will be. I can give you an estimate based off of the previous year's, tax rate, but that would be up to you guys.
Any questions from the board?
Looking at this, so was the original amount 637,502?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
This was the informal
That was
appraisal
the informal appeal. That's now.
that they made that adjustment. And the appellant was not pleased with that. Now this is a formal from what she adjusted it to. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Art said to me, the only thing above average in my house is my fireplace. And I contest that because, again, it's a stone veneer. It's not a solid stone fireplace.
Are there any questions? Do you have anything else to present, Mr. Rizzo?
No, that's it.
Are there any questions or comments from this board? If not, is there a motion?
Motion to approve recommended value from tax assessor.
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none. The board has set the recommended value of what the assessor did, Mr. Rizzolo, to your property.
And
Your value is set at $530,046 for the coming tax year. We have approved what the tax assessor recommended.
And once the tax rates are set, at the end of this month regarding the budget for the 2025 tax year, I can, calculate that for you and give you an estimate of what your bill will, but the bill will come out in July, and they're due by the end of the 1st of January, 2026. That is, $100 per value off of the tax rate. So.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next.
Thank you. The next property is going to be appellant number 5, located in 115 East Pitt Street, Tarboro. Appellant name is Kenneth Dixon. The 2025 tax value was $25,720. The opinion of value was $10,500. And we recommend changing that value to $10,711. Parcel number 473844347600. Appellate's basis for appeal is subject property is appraised at more than its fair market value. Appraisal staff made an on-site visit and was able to determine that the structure was in fact a storage/garage instead of a finished commercial building. The adjustment was made and the taxpayer accepted the new value per our phone conversation on May 7, 2025. And I believe in your packet, it does show some pictures that we were provided to see the inside of that interior. Do you have any questions about that? Our recommendation is to accept the $10,711 as the 2025 taxable real value.
Does anybody here speak for the appellant? Hearing none. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, it is approved. Next. What is that? Is that Mr. Is that Mr. Dixon?
No,
Ms.
sir. This
Simon.
is our next appellant.
Okay.
Number 6, Dorothy Purvis and Melvin Knight Sr. And he was just explaining to me whether or not he needed a POA or not. He thought his name was on the deed, but because of some discrepancies between senior and junior, he feels that he was told that he was not a valid owner until that correction deed is put on file to make that. So I do have a POA from Miss Dorothy Purvis, giving him the authority to speak on both of their behalfs, even though of that correction need to be done. So, I'm gonna read our recommendation for appellate 6. Property is owned by Dorothy Purvis and Melvin Knight Sr. Our 2025 tax value was $125,665. They gave no opinion of value on their application. We are making a recommendation of $89,339. Property is located at 712 Martin Luther King Drive, Tarboro, PIN number 473857285300. Appellate's basis for appeal is subject property is appraised at more than its fair market value. Appraisal staff made an on-site visit on May 6, 2025 and was able to verify data and also confirm there was significant structural damage. Staff adjusted the condition to reflect the damage. Ms. Purvis was contacted by phone and agreed to the recommended value. And again, this is Mr. Melvin Knight.
Please come forward, sir.
Well, still, good morning. My mother owned the house. Was incorrect that my name was on the deed. Found out the other day, I had to go check on some information. There was discussion where they put senior instead of junior, so that make it that I'm not officially on the deed. But my mother had moved to Maryland, she's in Maryland, but that's not really her residence, but she's staying there because of the structure of the house. And I told her, well, my name is Melvin Knight, I'm a disabled veteran. And I know she understood what she was saying about my name being up there trying to get some information I got it from the Social Security, but I'm having a hard time getting it from the Department of Veteran Affairs because they do not give out tax documents anymore. They don't do that. I called the Department of Veteran Affairs, and they also said, well, they don't understand. Go there, tell them to call, and we'll explain to them that we don't do that, like a 1099. But so then after I found out that I wasn't on it illegally, well, you know what I'm saying, she's coming back home in June and try to get this, well, she already contacted her lawyer, I think, to get my name straight on the deed, because I'm the oldest son, and my mom was going on 90 years old. And the reason why I told her to go to Maryland, and I figured y'all would do the same thing with your mother, we had carbon dioxide came in the house at the time. And I was staying in, and luckily, you know, I have certain issues, but I didn't find out until they came out and inspect the house. The gas company, they turned everything off. She don't have no furnace. Been trying to get a grant for that. We got a price like $12-something thousand, but she didn't have. So I said, well, you go to Maryland and stay, and then get out to she come home during the summer, but in the winter cannot stay in that house. And so then my problem was that how are you going to assess the value of the house if nobody didn't come out there and look at the house? So I called, she appealed, and the gentleman, I know it was 2 appraisers came out there. I was there, and that's when the damage to the house in no way what they appraised for. And she can't do anything till she get here. She'll be here next month. But there wasn't no way in the world. You know, I know she said that she's not qualified because she moved to Maryland, but she's not really a Maryland resident. She had to change over because while she was up there, certain things. But till I get this furnace, You know, once she gets furnished, she wants to come back home because this is her home. Been there all her life, and I was just trying to figure out, you know, what to do. I mean, she don't want to lose her house, but I know the value of the house is not worth what they're saying. They came in there and took pictures of the house, and you know, I think that's the house there. The bathroom floor messed up, the kitchen floors are messed up, the walls pulling out of the thing with what they call it, whatever you know what I'm talking about, termite and trying to. So I've been trying to take care of everything, and my biggest thing is now I'm with the veteran trying to get a grant, which they have a process to come in there to put some heat in there. I mean, she stay during the summer, but you cannot stay in there during the winter. And I said, that's the only concern. I mean, I understand everybody got over here doing that thing, but I can understand, how can you appraise my mama's house and ain't nobody been in the house? By just sitting back, thinking that that's what the value of the house is? You got to come in there and look at the house. You look at that house, that's my mama's house right there. It's okay, but it's not worth that amount. But I can't tell how they do their stuff, but I appreciate that they did come out there and meet with me and look at the house, you know, took pictures of the house. That's the only concern about it, is the value of it. That's the only reason why I'm here, just to represent her until she come home in June. And she be home in June. She do that every summer she come home. But my mama, you know, she about 90 years old and ain't nowhere in the world she could stay with no heat. So me and my daughter decided for her to go to Maryland for a little while, you know, for a while, to stay during the wintertime, come home for the summertime, because it costs to get that house. I need a whole new kitchen floor. And they know they went in and sink down. Bathroom floor. The walls, the structure of the house is not there. That's all I'm just trying to appeal for.
The staff did do an on-site, went into the house?
Oh, yeah, that's my man right there. He can't, yeah, I remember him. I mean, we were here cool. I'm not arguing anything. I'm just telling that ideas.
Another question. Question here.
Just for staff, has this house been declared unfit for human habitation? So they still got it on the books?
Oh, yeah, I stayed in it myself. I can deal with it. I got an apartment also, but I can deal with it. I can handle it. I go there now, go to summertime, and, you know, wintertime, I don't hardly go in there, but every once in a while, check on the house. But it's not unfit or anything.
This is based on, you got another comment, sir?
No, sir, appreciate it.
I want to ask, was this damage during the flood?
But I'm sorry.
Was this damage due to the flood?
No.
Okay.
The house is old, and then the side, you know, back then, you didn't have vinyl on the side. I can't think the name of that stuff. And they went out there and took pictures that's falling from under the vinyl of the structure of the house.
Go ahead, Ms. Lewis, your recommendation?
So when, upon visit to the property, Art and Shane visited and took those pictures behind and determined that there was some structural issues because of the cracks in the walls and the exterior and the foundation outside. We just threw a couple up there for you to see. We made adjustment to the flooring. We made adjustment to the bedroom count. So our main priority is to make sure that our data is correct. So that's what we did first. And then we adjusted a storage building that they also are being assessed outside of the building itself. And then we moved the condition down to fair instead of average. And so therefore, that's where those points came into play with this recommended value of the 89,339.
You hear this recommendation. Any questions or comments from the board?
So it does say that Ms. Purvis agreed to the.
Yes, ma'am. We did have a conversation with her, and she did accept and appreciated everything that we could do for her.
Is there a
We
motion?
also suggested that she apply for the senior citizen exemption, but I believe that's something that he was alluding on, whether or not.
And do we have veterans exemptions too?
We do have veterans.
So
as well.
if, sir, you get your name on this deed, there are some exemptions that you and your mother
That you may
could
qualify
also
for as
apply
well.
for,
That's
which would reduce the cost of this.
That's fine with you.
Yeah. Once you
I
do,
just found this
once you do that, come back to the tax assessor's office, and they'll be happy to help you with that.
Yeah, so I believe we have received her application, so I'm not sure of the status of it because of the residential piece, and whether or not she is a resident of Maryland or a resident of Edgecombe County, so we have to clarify that on whether or not.
How do we
But I
declare
don't know
that?
the status.
If she's a registered voter here, she's here, right?
If she's here, registered voter here and voted in the last election, then we do look at those aspects, yes, sir.
Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Sir, we have agreed to the recommended value that appears that your mother accepted, okay?
Okay, the only thing why my mother accepted, she accepted because she didn't understand what was going on. That's why she got me involved. She didn't know what was going on.
Well, if there are some other details that the assessor needs to know, when the time occurs, bring the information to her. If it is a time frame that we can look at it, we certainly will.
Okay, that's fine, I agree with that.
This board wants to be fair,
Right.
okay, and somewhat consistent in the way we do. So any additional information, I don't know what the time frame is, but the staff will be able to tell you and help you through the process.
I mean, just give me a time frame so I can, get all this together, that's all. Because it's not, I mean, when you jump from $400 to almost $700 on a house and you ain't getting that much in your Social Security, that's just like taking your home.
Right. I also have to point out, though, valuation, where it applies to the bill, is not something that we determine, and so we have to look at the value of the structure, not how much and how relation it is to how much your actual tax bill is due every year. So,
Thank you so much.
unfortunately,
Thank you.
we
Thank you.
do
Thanks, sir.
understand that.
Yes, I get
All right.
it.
Moving on, next.
She'll get a letter.
Okay.
Get that and correct. The next property is appellate number 7, Stephen and Ninette McGowan. The value assessed in 2025 was originally $24,984. Her opinion of value was $4,000. We recommend $8,371. The property address is 2412 Augustine Lane, excuse me, Rocky Mount. Parcel number 386090281600. Appellate's basis for appeal is subject property appraised is more than its fair market value. Taxpayer felt the subject property is unsuitable for living due to flooding in 2017. Appraisal staff made an on-site visit and was able to determine that the dwelling is uninhabitable. As is, staff also reviewed documentation from Edgecombe County Health Department, appraisal documents, and made attempts to speak to the city of Rocky Mount to inquire on sewer possibilities in the future, but was unsuccessful. Based on the information, we made a condition adjustment to the dwelling, a topography adjustment on the land, which is consistent with the area parcels, and the taxpayer was notified by email, and she accepted the new value as recommended. Again, recommendation is to accept $8,371 as a 2025 taxable real value.
Is there anybody here for the appellant? Hearing none. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Questions?
My question is, now, is this just for the land, because you're saying that the house is uninhabitable?
So the land was where the largest adjustment was made because of the topography and the water line in the property. The house was already at a very, very low value. I believe it was that we took it to minimum. It was originally at $6,000 and we moved it to minimum, which brought it to $3,871. Even though it's uninhabitable, you still could, you have it for other storage functions and other, as long as it's still standing, there is some minimum value on it.
There's nothing we don't tax. That's what you said. If it's a stick on it.
But we did adjust the land value with the topography piece from 18 down, which is a buildable home site, down to $4,500, which is regular cleared land value because of the inability to provide sewer to that location by the town, as well as the health department. It currently has a septic system that is unusable now. And so when they tried to put a new dwelling there after 2017, it's my understanding that it would cost more to facilitate all of that to even put it in there than what the house would be worth at the end. So.
Any other questions? All in favor, let it be known by the vote sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, it is approved. Next.
So the next appellant is actually numbers 8 through 18, and it is handled by a tax representative, Ryan. We received those all in one packet. They are separate notices of appeal, so they will need to be a different recommendation and action on each one of them. But they're pretty much the same issue, and the same type of property, same house, same construction, same areas. Well, mostly. There are three different separate areas. One was here in Tarboro, out at Spencer Woods. The other one here in Tarboro, out at Hope Farm, and the other one in Flag Marsh and Rocky Mount. So, even though they're different owner entities, they're the same parent owner, and so we have them listed separately on separate appeal forms as well. Okay. So I'll read, starting with number 8, the property address and then the recommendation.
These
If that's okay with you guys.
these have all been agreed upon.
Yes, sir. And we do have a representative from Ryan LLC here, Mason, that we've been communicating.
This is the
just in
same
case
owner.
Yeah, it is same entity as the
Entity.
owner, yes,
Yeah,
sir.
go ahead.
But different technical owners.
Go right ahead.
By LLC. So the first appellant was appellant 8. The owner was ETYSI owner. I apologize, I do not know how they refer to that all the time. Property location is 1441 Centipede Drive, Rocky Mount. The appealed value was $209,443. The opinion of value was $189,675, and we're recommending $202,422 to the board.
Any comments from the appellant? Do you want to state you agree? Do you?
The next one is number 9, parcel number.
We should vote on that.
Do you want us to go ahead and make a motion?
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye. As well.
All opposed? Hearing none, that is approved. Next.
Number 9, parcel number 3870-23845800. Same owner, ETYSI LLC. Address is 1465 Centipede Drive, Rocky Mount. Appealed value was $209,443. Opinion of value was stated at $189,675. Recommended value of $195,699.
Appellant? Appellant agrees. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Question? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Were you
Number-
sworn, sir? Please come forward.
Do you swear or affirm that the information that you present before the board is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please go back to number 8.
Okay.
The appellant was not sworn. Let's make sure we keep the record straight.
Okay. Appellant 8, do you agree with the recommended value to the board of $202,422?
Appellant,
Appellant number
is there a
9.
motion?
So moved. Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none. Next, go ahead.
Appellant number 9, do you agree with the recommended value of $195,699?
Do I get a second?
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Go right ahead.
Okay. Number 10 is owner ET14LP, parcel number 472705497800. Property address is 314 Spencer Drive here in Tarboro. The appeal value is $265,342. The opinion of value is $257,520, and the board recommending amount is $250,200.
That's not what we had.
Am I on the wrong line? I'm sorry. Did I lose my
We got
spot?
253,911.
Excuse me, 253,911.
Appellant,
So moved.
second.
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none. Next.
Number 11, parcel number 472705497800. Owner ET15LP. Property address 304 Emily's Drive, Tarboro. Appealed value is $261,739. Opinion of value is $257,520. Board recommended value is $250,200.
Appellant? Appellant agrees. Motion?
Motion.
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign of aye.
Aye.
All opposed, hearing none, it is approved. Next.
Appellant number 12, parcel number 4727-06-06-1600, owner ET15 LP. Site address, excuse me. My apologies. Site address is 104 Kyles Court, Tarboro. Appeal value $269,179. Opinion of value $257,792. Board recommended action to take is $256,065.
Appellant? Appellant agrees. Motion? Second? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign of aye.
Aye.
All opposed, hearing none, it is approved.
Appellant number 13, parcel number 4727-06-742300, owner ET16 LP, location 202 Kyles Court, Tarboro. Appeal value $254,846. Opinion of value $246,586. Recommended value $254,296.
Appellant? Appellant agrees. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second? Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign of aye.
Aye.
All opposed, hearing none, it is approved. Next.
Appellant number 14, parcel number 4739-53-464400. Owner is ETYSI, owner LLC. Property address 1107 Hope Farm Drive. Location Tarboro. Appraised value $184,725. Opinion of value $180,000. Recommended approval of $168,366.
Motion?
They've
Appellant?
already agreed to everything.
Okay. Second, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign of aye.
Aye.
All opposed, hearing none. Moving on.
Number 15, parcel number 4739-53-977000. Owner is ETYSI, owner LLC. Property location 2208 Cotton Drive, Tarboro. Appealed value $184,725. Opinion of value $180,000. Recommended to board to approve $168,515.
Appellant? Motion. Second. Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign of aye.
Aye.
All opposed, hearing none, it is approved. Next.
Number 16, parcel number 4739-644318. Owner is ET11 LP. Site address is 2209 Samuel Lane, Tarboro. Appealed value $232,509. Opinion of value $227,626. Recommended value $237,459.
Appellant? Motion? Second.
Second.
Questions? All in favor, go right ahead, excuse me.
I had a question of why it even went higher than the appeal value.
They found something different.
That happens sometimes. So basically, all of these structures, and I can address that. Let's finish the last one, and then I'll talk about all of them, if that's okay with you. If you can.
Did I get a vote?
Is that okay?
Did I get a vote? I didn't get a vote.
We did not.
Okay. Next.
Need a vote.
All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign of aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, it is approved. Next.
So I'm on number 18, is that right? 17. Parcel number 4739-64431800. Owner is ET11 LP. Property address 2203 Samuel Lane, Tarboro, North Carolina. Appeal value $196,651. Opinion of value $184,977. Recommended value $196,704.
Appellant? Motion?
So moved.
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed, hearing none, it is approved. Next.
Appellate number 18, parcel number 473965401400. Owner ET11 LP, property address 1307 Hope Farm Drive, Tarboro. Appeal value $186,949, opinion of value $180,000. Recommended to the board of $172,098.
Prepare. Motion.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed, hearing none, it is approved.
Okay, so the appellate's basis for this appeal was opinion of value. The taxpayer presented several comparable properties to support their opinion. After reviewing the documentation presented as well as on-site visits, appraisal staff made necessary data adjustments to each of the above properties, such as square footage, economic adjustments. Staff advised tax representative to recommend values of the recommended values by email and has agreed. So when we made our on-site visits to these properties, and if you remember, those are if familiar with those areas, they are pretty much spec houses, right? And so you might have had two designs. Well, when you have a whole subdivision going in, you may grab those designs and draw in our system each one that looks the same. Well, when someone may come in and do a change order, oh, I want my porch this way, or I want this way. So they're not always exactly the same square footage, or the porch layout may be a little bit different, or the garage layout may be a little bit different. So I found that, once we went out, we did our due diligence to make sure the information is correct. What we do at all appeals is remeasure, redraw, re-input all of that data, and therefore if it increases based off of our schedules, then it increases. If it decreases, it decreases. But I did find that some change orders were made during construction that we were not aware of, and so we made those adjustments at that time for the particular properties.
Any other questions? Next.
Okay, so appellate number 19 is KB Rocky Mount LLC. Tax value for 2025 was $17,013,148. Opinion of value was listed on the application for $250,000. We recommended adjustment to $2,751,044. Property is located at 170 Glory Drive, Rocky Mount. Parcel number 3860407584. Appellate's basis for appeal is subject property is not appraised in accordance with 105-277-16. In North Carolina, low-income housing, which has been allocated a federal tax credit under Section 42 of the Code, is designated as special class of property under Article 5, Section 2, Section 2 of the North Carolina Constitution, and must be appraised, assessed, and taxed in accordance with this section. The assessor must use the income approach as a method of valuation for property classified under this section. It must take rent restrictions that apply to the property into consideration and determine the income attributed to the property. The assessor may consider income tax credits received under Section 42 of the Code or under GS 105-129.42 in determining the income attributed to the property. Taxpayer provided required information to complete the income approach valuation. Staff spoke with the taxpayer's representative, and they accepted the recommended value. So just a little background information. This property was constructed in 2023 with completion in 2024. And so when revaluation came through, that it wasn't even finished yet. So it was under a partial valuation for 2024 because of the construction. Once we were reached out by the taxpayer and informed that it was a Section 42, we took notice of the email from the Department of Revenue confirming that it was a property set aside for Section 42 housing, and I requested the required income information. Our schedule of values recommend us to use a 5% reserve, 65% expense, and a 6%, hold on, a 6.5% cap rate to determine that value. And in your packet, you'll see my calculation from where we used their data they provided, which was the first month that they occupied, which was in July of 2024. The statute requires us to use the January 1, 2024 income, but because that property was not in production at that time, we could not, of course, use that. We used the first month that they started occupying units. So we got their potential gross income, did our calculations based off
Based on
what.
potential gross income?
Yes, sir. Based off of annual potential gross income, and then did the calculations, and that is where it reduced it down to $2.7 million. Based off of our regular schedules, if this was a non-Section 42 restricted housing, it would have been the $17 million value. But the statute requires us to do the income approach on those type of properties. I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Is anybody here from that panel?
Not that I'm aware
You
of.
got a question? Somebody
So
here?
we are not known what this was? I mean, why-
So we're required to do that, but without the appellant giving us the information and going through the process, we don't ask for their income. They have to give it to us. They did not get that until July. And so they actually came in at last minute, providing the information that we needed. We do have a list from the DOR that says that they are watching, from last year, they were watching them for that particular program, but we were not notified by them that, and provided to the information until this year.
And they might not have had them at that time.
Some Section 42, some complexes, this is a 64 unit complex, I believe, 64 units, so they may only have maybe 10 units
Right.
at rent restrictions or out of the whole 64. And so that information is strictly we don't have that information until they provide it.
So
So,
they've got to get some agreement from somebody like the Housing Authority or NEED that will have those vouchers
that's right.
to participate with them.
And typically in the first several years of the construction of an apartment, they're typically not straight off the bat complete Section 42.
And more likely, they are not completely for the total units.
That's right.
Because they want market rate value. They
That's
don't
correct.
want complete Section 8. They want mixed units. So I would
Right.
say and they don't have that many certificates. So I would say it would be mixed.
That's right, yeah. The good thing is at the value last year that was provided was, did not include this. This is a valuation that was determined once it was put at 100% for being completed construction. And so the
That would
2.7,
change. That would likely
that's
change.
correct. That's not affecting, they're still getting an increase in value based off from last year's valuation.
Motion?
So moved.
Second? Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the vote sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, it is approved. Next.
Okay, so the last appeal is number 20. Appellate number 20. Oh, and I did not even list their name on my paper. I'm sorry. JCTANC 001 LLC. That is the owner's name. The property valuation for 2025 was $15,815,680. The opinion of value is $6,950,000. Recommended value $9 million. Property description location is 3301 Main Street, Tarboro. Appellate's basis for appeal is subject property is appraised at more than its fair market value. Taxpayer provided detailed documentation regarding the sale amount stated on the deed transfer occurring on April 1st, 2021 and October 31st, 2024. The sale amount included a sale leaseback transaction which obscured the real property value in these transactions. Staff consulted an MAI commercial appraiser with Pinal Appraisal to assist with the review of the evidence presented and consideration of the current value. Negotiations took place with the company, and we agreed upon a $9 million reduction. I'm happy to answer any questions regarding those.
Kind of help us with the sales leaseback, Mr. Peters, in terms of,
So,
help us with that.
do you want to answer that?
Go ahead. You got it. You start.
Okay.
You start.
Okay. So, basically, we received a letter from an attorney's office out, it's in your packet, informing us that the sales that occurred in both of those transactions. So we look at deeds. When you purchase a piece of property, the amount that you paid for that property is listed in your excise tax, and we determine how much you paid for that property. So we did not know that there was something involved in that transaction outside of that property based off of that deed transfer. So when that sale came through.
The original value was based on what we knew.
That's correct. So the original deed, when the deed came through in 2021, the 2024 appraisal was adjusted from the previous value to the new sale based off of that deed. You know, that property sold for $15 million that year. And so they are $16 million. And so that value was adjusted as such to $15 million. Well, then immediately after that, in October of 2024, there was a second sale that occurred from one entity to another entity. And again, that sale reflected a $20 million sale. So once the value notice went out to the new taxpayer, they sent in a letter explaining that, in fact, it was a condition of the sale to purchase a 12-year lease with the operating company, H.A. Tarboro, in the first one. And then in the second sale, I'm trying to think, hold on, I'm reading. The second sale, they purchased that lease that H.A. already had established with that current owner. They purchased that with that. So therefore, there were outside transactions going on within that sale, not just the real estate. And so therefore, we didn't know that. Most of the time that when you have companies like this, the personal property is involved. And so we do check in that. And we did confirm that the personal property was still being assessed and owned by the operating company, not the one who bought the real property. So we didn't feel that the personal property inside the company went with that sale, because that was a tremendous change. The 2024 value was not appealed by the previous owner who did that 2021 transaction. And so this year, this kind of took us by surprise, and digging into that commercial aspect, I needed some help, so we did enlist a commercial appraiser. We did consult with Department of Revenue, and so, you know, this is where he determined. We made adjustments based off of that appraiser's recommendations. We had it listed as heavy manufacturer. Based on his just review of the photos of the plant, he said that he felt that it should be more of a light manufacturer. And so we made that adjustment. And then we added an additional 14% economic obsolescence to the property. So it is.
In your experience, have you seen this before? Have you been through this before?
I have never seen a leaseback sale. No, sir. No, sir. Most of my experience with companies like this, like I said, I had personal property involved in that sales price, and we're normally able to track that based off of our listings and the company name changes and such. But this particular one, that stayed the same, and so I had no idea that there was something else involved in that.
We've seen a similar transaction, for example, with Corning. Corning, you know, sold and leased back that property, and that property's been sold 2 or 3 times, and they continue to lease it. But we haven't seen it reflected in the revenue stamps like this one was, and that's what's different here.
The
And
revenue stamps were different.
The revenue stamps were for this $20 million number that included apparently these lease payments or the purchase of this lease. So that's, you know, that wasn't the case in the Corning example, but, so that's what was strange and threw this off, you know, in fairness, I think it was, if you just look at it, it would have been a very high value
Right.
property.
Correct.
But I guess it's, because it's done, I guess it's already done, but it appears to me that you could have stood with your value.
Well, based off the
No.
experience of the appraiser that
You don't
I,
think
no,
'Cause you
not,
can't value a lease.
That's
In
right.
that sale of the property, there was a value of a lease, and you can't value lease and sell property,
Do we,
in our
do
real.
we
real
value
estate
lease? We don't, I've never heard of us valuing a lease.
we don't,
That's-
but
that's why we
we
backed it
did
then.
do that in this
Yeah.
And I'm
circumstance.
saying, so
Yeah.
that was a consideration that we gave,
Yeah.
and I'm saying we didn't have to give it.
Well, I think what we would have been doing is we would have had an assessed value that was much higher than the actual value of the property because it would have been including this lease. I don't know why they.
Well, I probably would never understand it. We're gonna prove it. I would never understand that, not with the original 15 million. I can never understand it going from that, okay, even with the other transactions. So what I'm saying, it would have been best in my mind, let them challenge us.
They did, and that's what
Well,
this is.
and even that's quite a difference. This is quite a difference in terms of, even going to the MAI, we got in staff that could have made those adjustments, okay, and still let them challenge. I'm saying, what did the MAI cost us? What did they cost us?
Less than $1,000.
Well, that's worth that, okay, so I'm not gonna
Yeah.
argue that,
And
okay?
and in my opinion, if this was going to
I
PTC.
understand it. I'm just arguing the point in terms
Right.
of.
Well, believe me, I didn't want to give away all that money
Well,
either,
but it still was our call.
it
In
was.
terms of accepting this, and, you know, you write hard. I mean, as it relates to holding now. We needed a little more here. Okay. Did I get a motion? No, did I get a motion?
So, second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed, you know, just for future. You know, this probably won't come to us no more, no, but not while you're here, okay?
That's hopefully you're right. Yes. And I'd like to thank you guys for setting aside time today. I know you guys had a busy schedule, and I just felt that with these last minute appeals coming in, with the number of them, that handling this at our regular scheduled meeting
Well, this is a good way to handle it.
was not good, so. All right, thank y'all so much.
Is there any other business before we finalize? We need to adopt this resolution, is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Is there anything to come before the board to adopt this resolution? If not, is there a motion to adopt? Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, the resolution is adopted. Is there anything else to come before the Board of Equalization Review?
No, sir.
If not, is there a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it, and return back to the Board of County Commissioners. All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, we're now standing again as our county commissioners. Thank you so much.
You just leave them there.
Might get my drawers kind of full.
Under my desk.
Yeah. Now, if anybody, we need a break. Anybody take a break? Just take a 10-minute recess here. Okay.
Can't either.
you hadn't found them, they're inside your notebook. We have a few budget amendments we'd like for you to consider, if you will. There are, let's see, there are 4 that require your approval. They're fairly routine budget amendments. Happy to answer any questions that you may have, but I recommend that you approve
I don't
those.
see numbers on them.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we forgot to put that. So it'll be the first 4 in your packet, numbers 1 through 4.
Oh, that's where they're, it's not a continuation of this, we number them every, okay.
A new set every meeting, yes, sir.
Is there a motion?
So,
Second?
second.
Any questions? All in favor, let it be known by the vote sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, they are approved.
You also have for your consideration in your agenda packet an application from Edgecombe County Schools. They plan to use state lottery funds to perform roof repairs at Baskerville Elementary School. To use these funds, you must jointly approve the request with the Edgecombe School Board. The school board has already taken action on it. You'll see the anticipated cost is $180,000 and recommend that you approve.
Motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the vote sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, that is approved.
And Mr. Chairman, if you will, we'd like to go into closed session. It's not on your agenda, but I would like to discuss a personnel matter subject to North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A6. Personnel matter. There's also a matter of attorney-client privilege, North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A3. And Mr. Peters will give you the citation of the case in that matter.
That's 2 matters. That's the Swift Creek Solar LLC versus Edgecombe County and the Brightleaf Solar LLC versus.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the vote sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, we'll wait for Ms. Powell before we start this session. We're now in the executive session.
I mean, you're going to lose.
Well, well, I think it's more.
We're live now.
Okay. We recess for lunch and reconvene 1 o'clock.
Whatever you like.
Is that hour sufficient? We'll reconvene here at 1 o'clock. Okay. I think.
Need an hour?
A whole hour? Didn't you say
Well,
lunch now?
well, tell me something different.
I was thinking 30 minutes.
1:45. I mean 12:45. Okay.
Okay.
12:45. That's.
Get up out of here.
Hey,
I like what the lady from Battleverse said,
Well,
who was,
he's just reset, you don't have to do
speaking.
it.
but you know, but on the
She said,
question,
I'm
how
not an expert in some of these things, she said, but I am an expert neighbor.
Oh, you're talking about me.
but we really had
Yeah.
some people that were experts in their field that we should have made experts.
Right, you're right.
But well, I think it's more on, we need training too. We need training really
Isn't there some
on,
case study that you can be a resident, like an expert considered in your, like we could consider them an expert? in
yeah.
their-
Well, but
That's
even
what-
that, you know.
That's what
even
we
if-
did for others that
Doesn't
without.
really
If we approve someone as an expert who,
Well,
of course, he's an
probably
expert,
gonna
and
have
that's
fit,
just.
you know, that
We had
big
some-
They've
solar
still
farm,
gotta
got a
offer,
solar
it's not
farm
just,
over
they've
here.
gotta offer, they've gotta have the,
That is a large solar farm. Now, it's unreal.
Well, these folks made the land and already most of these.
We think it's big in Edgecombe County, it's just as big in Pitt County, right?
Just like all that we heard, all we went through, then it gets the people. I appreciate
call our work session back into session. Ms. Harris in the building?
She's downstairs right now. She's on the way up.
Okay, go ahead.
She's still here.
All right, well, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to come and to discuss the 25-26 budget as we are at this point. You have my complete presentation in your notebook there, as well as the supplemental documents that I'll be sharing. They're all in the order that as I'll go through it in my presentation. And Ms. Barfield will be coming up at times, certain things that she's going to discuss with you. But certainly, you know, we have it laid out in a format. You ask questions whenever you like, make comments whenever you like. As you know, this stage of the process is still an opportunity to see, for you all to see where we are and what we're thinking at this point. But we absolutely ask for your feedback. Any changes you'd like to see in any way, you let us know. We will make those adjustments and bring that back when we have the public hearing at your June meeting. So, as you know, the overarching, I guess, mandate for us is our mission or a vision for our county, which is Edgecombe County is a historic place that values its citizens and natural resources and creates opportunities where people are proud to live, work, and play for generations to come. And then the other side of that vision statement speaks to us as an organization. It says that we will value our employees so that it can be an organization committed to providing exceptional services to our citizens through an innovative, passionate, and creative team devoted to excellence, integrity, and transparency for the continued growth of our county and staff. And along with our vision is our mission, and that is our call to action, getting off the list. So, that the threads of all of that, our vision and our mission, are woven into our work as on our budget. So our objectives here in the work session today is to review your budget priorities, to present a budget overview. I'll go over some key revenue and expenditure highlights. We'll discuss important budget consideration. And again, as I mentioned, we'd like to gather your feedback for the final budget draft to present to our citizens. Just sort of a recap or summary of the budget process. Really, our annual budget process starts with your retreat, because at your retreat, you have the opportunity to tell us what your priorities are, whether they be long-term, long-range, or short-term, immediate priorities. But you get a chance to tell us what your priorities are. And we keep that in front of us. We literally keep that in front of us as we're working on the budget. So it begins at your annual retreat. Ms. Barfield, she sends out budget instructions to all of our department heads. We communicate anything in particular that we want them to do or to adhere to in preparing their budgets. Also, we've sent out a request for proposals for our getting off the list discretionary money. And then we have individual meetings with all of our department heads. Linda schedules a meeting with every one of our 18 department heads, and then we meet with some outside agencies. You may recall, those of you who have been on the board for a while, we used to have them all to come make an individual presentation, and we just didn't feel like that was necessary. So those who want to have a conversation with me and the staff, we do that, and we've let them all know that they're always welcome to come to you, either at this budget work session or at the public hearing. Then after all of that information is gathered, all departments put their budgets in, outside agencies, we start to refine the budget. So Ms. Barfield and I have met many times to work on both the revenue and expenditure side to refine the budget. And then we've had 2 budget committee meetings. I want to say thank you to the 3 budget committee members for your time. They are not quick meetings. They can be long meetings and very involved. But your questions and your feedback helps us and it guides us as we are crafting this budget. From here, we will call, before the meeting is over, we'll ask for you to call for a public hearing to be held at your June 2nd meeting. I will make any changes that you ask me to. I'll present those along with my budget message at the June 2nd meeting. Normally, we have not voted on the budget at that time. We're planning to call a second meeting on June 23rd. So our priorities, what we'll call the continuing priorities, these are the priorities that came out of your retreat 2 years ago, and you gave us some really good feedback that we use to help guide us in preparing last year's, or actually current fiscal year's budget, as well as upcoming fiscal year's budget. And the continuing priorities are staff compensation, education, and law enforcement and public safety. At this year's retreat, you shared some additional feedback, and we've added these priorities to include equipment for solid waste, evaluating our assets and looking for efficiencies, analyzing immediate and future budget drivers, as well as using debt strategically. So with all of that in mind, with our vision, our mission, your priorities, and then we have things that as a team that we keep in front of us to guide us in the decisions that we make to bring the budget at least to this point. And those include, we want to let the budget reflect our priorities as we're making those decisions. We want your priorities to be able to reveal themselves in the proposed budget. Of course, we try to minimize fund balances that we would appropriate as much as possible, to address critical capital needs and obligations, to make budget decisions with economic trends and forecasts in mind, follow our fiscal policies and obligations over aspirations. And to give you an example of that, at the retreat, we had some discussion about the health incentive that we give for those who meet that threshold. And it's a $250 cash incentive that those who meet those requirements, they get that. We had some discussion about should we increase that. That would be an aspiration to increase that. We had that on the table. But as we continue to shape up the budget, we realize that, first of all, our health insurance, and we'll talk about that more, is increasing. And so providing health insurance is an obligation. So we had to sacrifice an aspiration for meeting that obligation. So that was one of the budget objectives that we have. And then in our two meetings with the budget committee, the items, we use sort of the frame of mind of what can we keep on the table. Of all of the things we'd like to be able to do or continue to do, we know that we can't keep all of those on the table because our budget is limited. So what do we want to try as best as we can to keep on the table? And that includes, of course, top of the list, no tax increase, trying to implement phase 3 of our compensation plan, maintaining our current health plan and wellness incentives, continue our credential incentives and the strategic use of our salary ranges, strategic borrowing for capital and equipment and solid waste, getting off the list discretionary funding, and continuing the building security, funding overtime for sheriff staff to be able to do that. So all of that we have with us and in front of us as we're working on the budget. So just an overview of the budget. The budgeting does not include any change in our tax rate. We're recommending the same tax rate, which is 89 cents. 1 cent based on our current valuation is $444,625. I do need to make a correction there on the next point, the total budget. There's an error included in this number. What we realized, we needed to back out what's in our health insurance fund because it was being counted twice because we appropriate that in each department's budget. So the correct number for total budget is $81,865,415. $81,865,415. Just for comparison, FY25's original budget was $80,666,318. So that is a $1,199,097 increase, or 1.5% increase. Fund balance appropriation in the budget as it stands now is 10.8 million, and you'll see that that is an increase from the original fund balance appropriation for the current fiscal year. As we go through the budget, you'll see some of the drivers that's affecting those numbers on that sheet.
So does that tell me what the actual fund balance is?
No, ma'am, but we'll talk about that in just a little bit. Now, I don't have it, I decided to not put it in your packet, the full budget printout, because it is such a thick document. Michael, that right there, you hold that up, just let them see that. So this is the line by line. If any of you would like to have that, we will get you that. Any of you want to have that copy, you can certainly have that copy. Would you like?
Email.
I'll email, sure will. We're trying to save a tree or two, but you know, this is your budget, so you are more than welcome to see it line by line. So we want to talk about the revenue side. So just some overview of our revenues. As you know, our two primary revenue sources are property tax and sales tax. You know, those are the two primary things that help us either do more or force us to do less. Obviously, we have lots of revenue lines, but those are our two primary ones. So when we're working on budget and we're working on the revenue side, that's where we spend the bulk of our time initially. Now, Ms. Barfield, she goes through every single revenue line. I do is just sort of look. She takes a deeper dive, and you'll see that in just a minute, her process of doing that. Property tax, 89 cents, as I've mentioned. We are anticipating a 96% collection rate. We were like 96.1%, or right at 96% last fiscal year. We expect to hit that at least this fiscal year. We always anticipate collecting 100% of motor vehicles because of tax and tags. Helps us to be able to do that. We are budgeting $37.4 million. Oh, let me back up. We have the potential at a 96 collection rate for ad valorem. We have the potential to collect a little over 38 million, but to be conservative, we are budgeting 37.4 million, and that is no change from the current year's budget for those tax lines, and we'll show you that in more detail in just a second. For sales tax, you all see almost monthly, you see those reports that we show you. We have moderate confidence, we'll say, moderate confidence that overall sales tax will meet our budget in the current fiscal year. However, we have low confidence that sales tax will increase or even remain flat in FY26. Therefore, we have budgeted a decrease of $500,000 for a total sales tax in all of those articles of $9.9 million. You may recall from FY24 to 25, because the sales tax was running so strong, that we actually went up a total over those different articles. We went up a total of $500,000 in sales tax. We are backing it back down to those FY24 levels. So I'm going to show you, and on the screen, you have it right there in front of you, but on the screen, I'm going to be doing a little bit of bouncing back and forth here, and this is a dangerous thing because I can't see that far.
Exactly.
Don't tell my wife she's been fussing at me about going to get some glasses. You've seen this spreadsheet before. This is the spreadsheet that Linda and I use in our conversation with Teresa about what we can anticipate for ad valorem tax revenues. You'll see we have the estimated values in all of the various lines, from annual, real and personal, public utility, and you go down to motor vehicles, GAP, and then the total for that. Those numbers are less the exemptions and deferrals. As you know, we have some exemptions and deferral like senior citizens and veterans. Those total estimated values those exemptions and deferrals have been backed out of those values. So in column C, that tells us if we could collect 100% of our taxes in that first year, that's how much we could collect. But, no county collects 100% in that first year. We're working very hard to increase the percentage that we collect in that first year. You'll recall some years ago, we were around 94, 94 and a half. We've made it up to 96. Our ultimate goal is to get to 98, which is around what most counties are. Working very hard to get to that. So in column G, that tells us at 89-cent tax rate and 96% collection rate, that's what we could potentially see. If you look all the way over to the right, or if you look at column I shows what we've collected thus far this year as of April 30th. Some of those are a little bit more recent than that, and then in column J, that's the budget. That's what we're budgeting, and it is the same for the current fiscal year. So now I'll show you, I want to talk about sales tax. And again, this is a spreadsheet that you are used to seeing. And I usually can see that. Okay, well, I won't pull it up on screen. You have it in your book. And this, again, this is the ones that you usually see in your agenda packet. You'll see the one that says sales tax revenue FY17 through FY25. All the way to the right, FY25, what we have, these numbers are based on, we get a notice of what was collected for that month and then what we should expect to receive. It's actually a little while before we get that. But this shows that through March was collected $754,558 right at. So if you look at the second page under sales tax budgeted versus actual, you'll see at this compared to the same time last year, we're a little over $300,000 behind where we were last year. So that's not the end-all be-all, but that's a good indicator to us. We're really anxious to see what the next month will bring us. As y'all know, there's lots of things that are happening in our economy, and the fear or maybe some excitement of things that are happening, could happen in our economy that could affect that. But based on all of that, it has made us feel that we need to be more cautious with our sales tax budget for next year. And so, anybody, any questions about ad valorem or sales tax before I talk about a couple other notes on revenues, and then I'm going to have Linda to come up and show you how she makes those projections. All right. Well, then if you turn on over to the next slide where it says other revenue notes. You'll see there that inmate housing is running below budget. We have decreased our budget by $80,000 in FY26. Emergency medical service revenue is expected to make budget this year. We are reviewing our fee schedule, but we have budgeted flat for next year.
You said in emergency services, we get enough revenue there to pay for?
No, no, sir. No, we get maybe, 3 million is what the budget, we should hit that budget this year, but the budget for the whole operation is close to $6 million.
Okay.
And when we knew that when we were bringing it in-house that, we weren't going to ever be able to collect enough to cover the total cost of it. But I will say that our collection since we brought it in has increased. Our consultant, Collington, has talked with staff, and they feel like that some of our rates are low relative to other counties. Now, we are a Medicaid-heavy county, so Medicaid is only going to pay you what Medicaid is going to pay, which is low. But for private insurance, we could be generating. At this point, we don't know if it will be a measurable difference or not, so we're looking at that. And at some point, we may bring back to you recommendations for rate changes or fee changes in emergency services. A third revenue stream that we look at often is investment income or interest. It's called investment income in our system, but what it is for us, it is interest on money that we have in our account. This year, as you've seen through budget amendments, it has far exceeded our budget for this year. We have appropriated some of that to cover some unanticipated expenses in the current fiscal year. However, due to some economic uncertainty, just to be cautious and conservative, we are budgeting the same for FY26, which is $500,000. Now this year we budgeted $500,000 and we're over $1 million so far. That will be wonderful. I wish I could know that we're going to get over $1 million next year, because we'd love to put it in the budget right now. But that would not be wise. I would not recommend that, because we just don't know. Interest rates are still relatively high, and who knows if and when, or probably more accurately, when they will come down, we're not sure. But we have been reaping the benefits of having relatively high interest rates. So I'm going to, I want to show you, this is it right here. So I'm going to ask Ms. Barfield to come up, and she's going to, this spreadsheet is not in your book because it's such a long spreadsheet, but we can zoom this in as much as you need to. But she's going to talk with you about how the technique, I guess, that she uses to come up with her revenue projection.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So I know that's a lot to look at, isn't it? So I'm going to try to kind of break it down to you and just kind of go over the process. You know, as a CFO, when we start budget process, I'm very interested in our revenues and what the performance has been over time. So I have devised a system where I sort of run it through several different forecast models that you could, in fact, use in one model on its own. But I think each model gives you just part of the picture. And so we sort of look at them all and sort of approach this using several, is it working? Yeah. Approaching several variables. So just first, let me kind of tell you what you're looking at, and we won't hit each one. But over here is the description of the account. So as what we were talking about, the motor vehicle and the ad valorem current year tax, and that's part of the, the largest revenue source that we have. And then what I have here is what that revenue actually did, how it actually came in over the last few years. And then I also end it here with what the revised budget is for the current year. Let's move this over. Oops. Apologize. Hard to use. Get a quick control of this mouse here. Yeah, but I think I can do it. Okay. Okay, so the first thing that I do is I look at where do I think at the point in time that I assess it. Oftentimes I start in February assessing these numbers, where I think they might land. If there are significant changes, or if I see something that might change the needle, I'll go back in and update that current projection. And then I'll take over here, and I'll look at what is the average over the last 3 years, and in this case it would be the 24, 23, and 22 back. What I'll do is take the average and see what does that number tell me. What this does is it sort of looks at it in terms of smoothing out any unusual spikes or any drops in revenue. It's just giving us an average across the board. From there, I kind of look at it from a perspective of what has been the blended growth rate year over year. And then I take that percentage and sort of, if 6% or almost 7%, if that's what the year over year growth rate has been, I apply that to what I project where we're gonna end in 25. And so, okay, this is what that number would look like using the blended rate model. And what that does is it doesn't overreact to one strong year or, you know, underreact to one weak year. And I'm still struggling with this mouse a little bit. Okay. And then finally, I look at it from a weighted projective perspective. What I do is I take all of the three models that we just talked about, the current year projection, where I think we'll land right now, the average 3 years, the blended growth rate, and I sort of assign importance to each one of those, give it a little more weight to what we're doing right now, what the current is telling me. And all those numbers are great, right? It told me a lot up until this point. It kind of gave me an idea, you know, of that revenue over the last few years under different models, what it might look like, what it might do for next year and moving forward. But then that last column is what I like to call, that's the professional judgment. Some people might refer to it as the real world factor. That's the part where we have to come up with that final number, looking at all the nice numbers we saw before. But there are a couple of things that all these numbers cannot tell you and will not show us. There are outside factors that will impact the numbers that can't be shown on this spreadsheet. For example, how will the market react to the tariffs, right? We're overdue for a recession, says all the physical analysts. We don't know. So what we do is we consider what everything has told us, but then we put in that professional judgment and say, based on all that I know, based on outside factors, here's where we're going to think that number's going to land. I will say that with the taxes, we do weigh heavily on the sheet that you saw prior that we received the valuation from the tax assessor. So a lot of those calculations, we end up going with what we determine in terms of how much value we have on the levy and what we think that we can collect based on the current collection rate. Now that may not be so all the way down because, you know, different revenues are going to have different factors, but just know primarily when you're looking at our taxes, that is what we basically go by. Then I'll scroll down just a little bit to hit sales tax. So with the sales tax, you know, that's another one where the numbers can tell us, you know, yes, we're going to meet it. Yes, it's been growing. You know, you have every indication to think that this number's good. But then that's where we sit back and think about how the market, how the folks might be buying cars. Are they going to stop buying as many cars when the tariffs come in? Are we going to see reactions? I know if many of you heard about Moody's downgrading the U.S. And so, you know, all of that, there's so many variables that, you know, we're saying we don't have a lot of confidence that next year we're going to be able to bring in the sales tax. Even if we meet target overall this year, there's not a lot of confidence that we won't see, at least initially, some decline in consumer spending across the county and across the state as a whole. And so that was the decision to say, you know, we brought those up. We felt safe doing that last year. But given, you know, all the overshadowing circumstances, we were a little concerned about whether we should bank on something that we might not receive. So let me go back down. I think the first one, we're going to kind of skip through some of these. And we're looking for it might be down here. But we'll start with this one. I was gonna show you EMS, and I believe it's at the top, and I just can't see it. But I'll see if I can think about it and circle back to it. Most days in my office, I can call these numbers from the back of my head, but it never fails when I get up to speak. Sometimes I have a little trouble recalling each account number. But the inmate housing fee that was referenced in the budget slide, you know, we had to really make some changes to that forecast, because when we went to a situation where we were making, you know, over $1 million in housing the federal inmates, and then when that situation was no longer happening, it certainly affected what the numbers were doing. And I'm going to see if I can kind of go back. This is a sensitive house. As you can see, in 22 in inmate housing, it was 1.4, jumped to 1.5, and then down to 356 in 24. And this actual column is just what we had collected at the time that I had ran those numbers. So last year when I set this budget based on other factors that are captured in that revenue, looking at where I think it'll go just based on what's been posted, based on what I see. There. What if I'd be better off trying to, go back with the keyboard here. It looked to me like we're going to get pretty close to 200,000 in that projected column. You know, in terms of the average 3 years, that particular model in that case, it wouldn't really tell us a whole lot because the numbers are significantly skewed. There was a significant drop. So basically, you know, just getting over here and thinking about this is what we know right now. I do think we'll meet the 200,000, given any extreme changes where we may be housing inmates from other counties or any other changes. It looks, you know, like 200,000. There's strong confidence that that's probably the number that we should start with next year. And then again, I just want to go back up and see if I can get to the EMS revenues. There it is. I see it. Sorry, y'all. It was under that, I guess it was under that highlighted Medicaid cost settlement. And this wasn't going to be originally my talking point, but since I took you forever to get you here, what we had looked at with the Medicaid cost settlement is with EMS, you know, they have a need, you know, to get new ambulances or keep their ambulances updated. And so what we typically do is when they get their check for the EMS cost settlement, that's when we'll plan to budget for them to buy an ambulance. And so I have that highlighted in my budget to remember not to put it in until we receive it. That way it won't be used up for other expenditures, and we know for certain that it's earmarked for that. But in terms of what I wanted to talk to you about with the EMS revenues is just kind of show you, here's what the revenue did over these were the actual numbers over those last few years. At the time that I ran it, this was the amount that we had collected, and then this was, of course, our current revised budget. Now, right now, given all things considered, and remember, projection is just a projection, it looks like we will meet it. It's kind of close. I think it, you know, will likely exceed 3 million. Will it exceed by that much? I'm not too sure. But that's what it would look like if we just consider the average 3 years. That's what it would look like if we did a blended growth rate, like what is it growing year over year? In the weighted projection model, that would be the number that it would come back to. And then again, what we do is do that, professional judgment. What does our intuition tell us? What does 28 years of being in and around and involved in local government tell us? What kind of assumptions can we make? And at that point, we feel like we don't think we need to lower it by any means, and probably don't see enough growth in the revenue that we necessarily want to raise it. What we want to do is, as Mr. Evans alluded, we want to get with Collinton, our business group, Antoine, our emergency services director, and we want to review the rates we're charging to see whether or not we have room to go up on those rates and whether or not we can collect some extra funding. And then at that time, we could, revisit or appropriate more funding in the budget. But for now, we feel we're pretty safe. So that's just really an overview of kind of what we do. We do this with every single revenue that we have. I look at this in Fund 60, 66, the enterprise funds, and I don't take any, and I say me, but I should say we, and I apologize for that. We don't take any one column to be the gospel. We'll say, yes, these are all good information to know, but at the end of the day, we kind of discuss what's our confidence level and where we land. So that's what we do.
Do you have any questions about any other particular revenue line that you'd like Linda to show you? All right, so back to the presentation, catch back up to where we were. So we're now going to talk about expenditures. You'll see that in your notebook.
On that, while we're there,
Yes.
I mean, I know that we can't project that, but I mean, we're looking now at, really probably for the next 24 months, a sustained interest rate that's higher than what we're budgeting here. Could we look at potentially a mechanism where once we hit budget, those funds automatically go into a project that we want?
You could, as a board, you absolutely could say, if we exceed 500,000, you'd like for us to bring it back for something designated or category. Of course, when you actually vote on it when we bring the budget amendment back, but that's certainly up to this board, yes, sir.
What are your thoughts? You got some thoughts?
I don't. I mean, I think it's an interesting conversation for the board because I think that's a very conservative number as a group, but I don't disagree with the budgeting practice there. But I feel like we've kind of gotten to this position with it this year being so low that we said, oh, we've just got this, let's just use it for this, let's just use it for that. And I don't know if that's the healthiest practice.
You prefer us to think ahead.
To think a little bit ahead on, hey, look, these are the things we really want to do. If we exceed this, this is where we're going to start funneling that money to fund those projects.
That's a great point. And as I go through this, I think you'll have some options because you'll hear about some things that we wanted to keep on the table, but we had to take off the table.
Why don't we create an optional line item and funnel it to that line item?
Yeah.
But we could go ahead and do that. Create somewhere to put it. And that would create where we would actually see those funds.
Or if it's just a report, maybe it's a monthly report on that specific. We kind of keep it, maybe we keep it in that line item and we can move it out of that. But if we get a monthly kind of report update about what that line item looks like.
Yeah, I'd be careful about doing it too early in the fiscal year. Maybe mid-year would be a good time to take a look at how we're trending then. But that's a good point, again, because you're going to, in just a minute, you're going to hear about some things that we wanted to keep on the table, but we had to take it off the table. Great point, thank you. So expenditures, as you know, our largest category of expenditure is personnel. So there are some key budget consideration we kept in mind, we discussed even with the budget committee. And number one being compensation plan, as we talked about before. And as we're working through this, we're thinking to ourselves, how do we continue to improve on the competitiveness of our compensation plan? If we can't catch the pack, can we at least not fall further behind the pack? That's been ringing in our minds as throughout this budget process. Then as it relates to benefits and our wellness program, we have a very competitive benefits and wellness package. And we'll talk about that more in just a second. With our claims running high, can we continue to maintain our competitive edge? I will tell you that throughout the budget process, we were thinking about, are we going to have to make some significant change to the pay structure of our benefits plan? Do we change the benefits themselves? Do we pass on more costs to our staff? But that had to be a part of our thought process. Third, staffing in general, that is staffing numbers. Some departments, in our meetings with them, the budget that they submitted as their request, they've just demonstrated a need for additional staffing. But with such a tight budget, how can we take on new positions when we also need to continue to hold some positions in reserve? If you see what I'm saying, we've got, you'll see 41 positions in reserve, so how can we have positions in reserve here and add new positions over here? So these are all of the tough questions, tough considerations that we had to wrestle with throughout this process. So first, as it relates to a more competitive compensation plan, just as a reminder, you know that we overhauled and implemented the first phase of our new compensation plan in FY24. New pay scales were elevated, existing staff received increase. We're grateful for that. That was a huge move for you all to agree to, and we thank you for that. That helped us to help close that gap some. Then we did a phase 2 of the compensation plan implementation at the beginning of this fiscal year. As you know, deputies received 10% and the remaining staff 5%. We've also included to implement the credential incentives that you all approved, and we've also what we call the strategic use of our pay scales to hire and retain. And that just simply means if the bottom of that particular pay scale is $35,000, but that person has some experience, we used to just default to the minimum. Everybody started at the minimum because we just felt like that was all that we can afford. Then we realized that the market became so competitive, we had to be more competitive. So now, depending on the position, and I have those conversations with the department heads, but depending on the position, if that person comes in not their first time doing it and have some skills and experience that I feel like justifies that we can start above the minimum. So we have been, where we can, strategic and aggressive in using our pay plan.
But that's always been your decision.
It has always been my decision, yes, sir. Now, we've just always been so conservative and tight.
You've been tight with money.
Absolutely, but
tight mentally sometimes.
You're right.
Okay.
You're right. I feel like I'm super tight today. I hope y'all can loosen me up some, but I don't know how that can be.
Yeah, well, I think you are too conservative as it relates to the start of in recruiting people where you probably could have put them at a different than the lower end of the pay scale. So,
and it's certainly been very helpful in us being more competitive. Maybe we're not the most competitive, but it has certainly helped us be more competitive. But every single individual where we decide, I'm going to pay you 10% more, 5%, you're going to get a 10% credential incentive, you're going to get a 5%, that's great and it helps us. But all of that adds up to the cost, right? And we've been doing it for a couple of years. And so it's good. I'm glad and I don't regret. Thank y'all for being supportive of that. But it's costly. And again, this whole picture will kind of come together more as I talk. And then third, what we call built-in opportunities for advancement. Just recently, we brought positions down in DMV where there was only one position, and as an LPA clerk, and you've approved adding a 1, 2, and a 3. So that gives that person some growth opportunities. So all of that has helped us to be more competitive with our compensation plan. And your support in that has been an extremely wise investment, and thank you for that. What we have seen is we've seen lower turnover, and lower turnover equates to better service. It's just as simple as that. And that can be seen more clearly in some departments than others, right? And depending on the service. But when we have lower turnover, we are better able to serve our citizens. Secondly, it has helped us to address critical vacancies that reduces critical issues. You know, one that we've talked about, a critical vacancy that we had was for our social workers and child protective services. And when I came to you all asking you to approve the sign-on retention bonus, and that is the only position in this entire organization that we do that for, and the reason was, at the time, we had 14 slots and only 4 filled. And you all know what they do. I don't have to explain what they do. That was a crisis moment there. Thank you all for supporting that. That has helped us. They're not all full, but we have been at a higher level for those positions and others than we have in a long time. And I think overall, certainly if you ask individual employees, you'll get a variation of responses. But I feel that overall, that employees more so now want to stay if they can, and every employee wants to be where they are valued. I think for the most part, our team, all of our staff members, on average, understand that we don't have unlimited pockets, and we can't pay just more just because we want to. But when they hear you all talking more and more about what can we do for our employees, how can we improve our compensation plan, when they hear that at your retreats you talk about priorities being employee compensation, that lets them know that you value them. And so thank you for that, and we can see the benefit of that. Now this slide is, except for the red type at the top, the question mark and arrow, this is a slide I took from last year's budget presentation, because last year, as we were talking about compensation plan, we talked about workforce challenges and how do we compete. And if you look down there far left corner, it says salaries for the majority of our staff are 25% behind our labor competition. You'll remember when we hired Mercer to come in and do a market study and to help us to overhaul our compensation plan. They went out and they did a market study on not just our surrounding counties, but counties that were within a range of population, plus or minus 10,000. And based on all of those, on average, we were 25% away from that market. So when we implemented that compensation plan, we first, for the vast majority of our staff, took a 10% step towards closing that gap. It was 8% for clinical staff in the health department, 5% for EMS and sheriff at the time. And then the next year, we took another step towards that. In the sheriff, it was 10%, all the rest of staff, 5%. And so that was great. But I put the question mark beside a compensation plan that can compete, because as y'all know, while y'all were having those conversations, every county in this state was having the same conversation. All of them trying to figure out what could they do and how far could they go. And you'll see what we did was an in-house informal pay update. Now, what we did was we simply took the counties that surrounded us. It would have taken us just so long to get all of the 14 or 15 counties that were in the original study, but we at least wanted to look at our immediate competitors. In looking at our immediate competitors, we went out, we picked a third of our positions to use as benchmarks. And then we went out and we were able to get, and Tammy did this for us, so thank you, Tammy. We were able to get from Pitt, Nash, Wilson, and Halifax. We also reached out to Martin, but we're not able to get any information. So we have to take this with a grain of salt, right? And to your earlier point, Mr. Thorne, that, Pitt, Nash, and Wilson are in a much different tax situation, tax valuation than we are. But just as comparison, it actually is cut off on the sheet that's in your book. But what I did was I took all of those, I compared our minimum salary for each of those to their minimum salary, and overall the average is we're 24% away from that market. So the story in that is, while we're trying to catch up to the market is always running away from us. And you know, there were some sectors of the market we won't ever catch, but as best as we can, we don't want to fall further behind. The analogy that I use, I think, with the budget committee is that you think of we're running a race, and you know, faster person is in front of us, and we may never catch them, but we don't want that distance between us and them to grow. So that's why this has been top of mind. We'll talk about our health and wellness program. As we mentioned before, I think I mentioned before, we're looking at a 6% increase. We are self-insured, so our claims drive our cost. And in the last 2.5 to 3 years, our claims have been on a trend upward. And if you were able to look at individual data, and we can't see it by the person, but we can just see by treatment and types of medicine, things like that. But it's actually just a relatively small handful of claims that are really high dollar claims that's driving those cost increases. So you will recall we had to do a 6% increase last year. We're recommending a 6% increase for this coming fiscal year. This budget does not recommend any changes to our plan itself. We will continue to offer the PPO plan that we have now. We also will offer the HSA option, and that is those who select that high deductible option will get the $750 in their HSA account, dental and vision, annual screening. Right now, technically the cost is $50 per employee. That's what they have to pay per month. But if they do the health screening, if they participate in the health screening that we pay for, we bring a vendor in to do that, then that's waived. By far, most of our employees do that. We have very few that don't and have to pay that. But just to let you know, we're going up on that as well by 6% or $53. The budget contemplates continuing our chronic disease management, should be chronic disease and weight management program. The chronic disease is diabetes. We have a diabetes management program. We have around 35 or 40 employees to participate, as well as a relatively new weight management program. We are planning to continue to offer both of those, and also continue to offer the $250 wellness incentive that's given those who meet those incentive standards. So this budget is anticipating the increase cost of 6%, but not recommending any changes.
Could you tell me about how much we spend with that wellness one that you talked about on average?
The $250. We have just under half of our employees that. So let's just say if it's 200 employees, somebody can do that math in their head, I'm sure, but around $50,000 plus or minus is what that. And our employees take that super serious. We hear talk all the time about, I'm doing this, because ours is coming up soon. When is the Yeah, so that's coming up. So it's, for those who get it, it's popular. And for those who, and I will tell you, I get very excited when an employee from time to time will say, I didn't get it before, but I got it this year. And they mean business about getting that, don't they? Because they reach out quick to get that. You'll see on the next page there the comparison to other counties. And thank you to the Budget Committee for requesting this information. We shared that, they discussed it, and it was eye-opening to look at this, look at our plan compared to others. We have a pretty good plan, we really do. You can see now, it's a costly plan. You'll see that we're paying a little over $1,000 per month per employee. But in most cases, we are offering more as well. I won't read through all of this, but you can see that some counties, they only offer, it only is for medical, if they get dental and vision. Others, the employee has to pay for it. And so you'll see the variations. Nash County is in the state health plan. You may have heard recently the state is making some changes to the state health plan coverage coming up. I think the premiums are going up. I understand that the state health plan has been in some challenging times here lately, so it would not surprise me over the next couple of years if they don't continue to make some changes. But we have a very competitive health insurance and wellness program offering, and the Budget Committee in particular, Commissioner Boswell in those meetings talked about, and I took it as a directive, and he was absolutely right. We need to do a better job of communicating that, marketing that, because not only do we pay for it, but we also, they can get more through us than what they might get in some counties surrounding us. You'll see we are a dying breed. I shouldn't say. There are fewer and fewer counties that continue to offer health insurance after retirement up to age 65. And so, again, those are things, cost us money, but those are things that help us to be, to be more competitive.
But we also, if you look at it in terms of, let's say, Pitt and Nash, we're paying $4,000 or $5,000 more a year.
Oh, yeah.
For,
That's right.
which is where they're given salaries.
Right, that's what I told
Or
Eric.
where they're given salaries and where maybe the employee, now, I like this, where the employee, it's really not a really understanding of this benefit that they get being here,
I tell them all the time, every time one comes to me to complain about something.
Money in hand is a little different than, and so I would agree, we do need to, in terms of when, I hope, we need to sell our incentive program, and that is strong support,
But next year, we're gonna be paying $13,000 a person for 460-some people,
Really?
over $6 million in insurance. And I think it's time for us to focus on changing this and shopping it, or either, I hate to say this, but I'm just gonna be honest, dumping some of the money back into their hands and cutting the insurance benefits.
Well, I might can support them costing them a little more, in terms of what the employee's contribution is, but health insurance is a very powerful need, and
It's the greatest need out there.
Yeah, it is.
But we don't emphasize it to the employees that we bring in here, and we never have, and it's killing us. If we had, I think we would have done a better job of retaining people.
we need to do something.
Particularly in this
We
environment.
need to do something different.
And this is gonna continue every year.
We do need to do something different. I don't know what it is, okay?
Well, let me share what we do. All of our job postings, you go on our website, and it should be, if there's any miss, it might be one or two, but we have a fairly standard job posting. And in that job posting, it says the salary range is from A to whatever. And also, you will get, next year, we'll update this to say, whatever that number, $13,000 a year. So we call that out in our job posting. Now, what's not there is we're not advertising against the competitors. Unless an employee is coming in, they've been to one of these other counties, they have no idea what the comparison is. They just assume everybody, I'm getting insurance, so what's the difference? So I think where we have an opportunity, and we have to, find a diplomatic way to do that, is to let them know that compared to some counties that surround us, this is a better health plan.
There might not be no diplomatic way to do it.
Yeah, it's not.
So this is
They're
a
calling
dog
us
eat
out.
dog, okay?
They're calling us out on salary, we can call them out on benefits.
Right.
We get called out on everything.
I have something you wanna pay for your insurance?
And I do agree that we've got to do something, and I also agree that I don't know what, but I think, but to the extent that we've got some employees that we maintain a lot of our staff because they understand, okay, the difference in that, and stay for lower salaries too, for the lower salary, because they understand the benefit. So it goes both ways, I believe. So, but I do agree with let's look at that and see how we might be able to do some things different.
Well, just think about it another way. Every employee could have a $300 a month raise if our insurance was what everybody else's insurance is.
And I say that is not a raise. It really is not a raise. It's really cutting salary if we do it that way.
Well, I agree, but as far as hiring people, they are looking at how much money they're gonna have in their pocket and not how much insurance they got. But a great majority of them will. I mean, you know, just.
Sometimes I believe that it's up to the boards to make best interest decisions. Sometimes that the people we hire don't understand. And I believe the best interest decision as it relates to the hire is that they have health insurance. Now, I'm not saying how we do that, but and I also agree we need changes.
It needs to be bid. I mean, the difference, a $400 difference in the state health plan versus us being self-insured screams that we need to bid this out to make sure that we're doing the best thing we can do.
And you'll remember at the retreat, Mark Browder from Mark III, they went out and got quotes from other providers. And I meant to bring that with me. There was one provider that if we were to switch to them, our increase would be 4% instead of 6%. So it's a little bit of savings, but we also have to factor in of the tremendous disruption that happens when we switch providers.
Yeah, but a 4%, the difference in Nash counties versus ours is a stark difference there. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, I don't know if our provider truly quoted everything that was out there, if he just looked at a certain specific group.
Well, what they quoted was the exact same plan that we have. Really, if we're gonna see, because again, we are self-insured, so where the real negotiating room or the bidding opportunity is their fee for oversight of the plan and the stop-loss insurance that we have. We have stop-loss insurance that is, if the claim goes over $100,000, then the insurance kicks in. We're making some change to that. That's going up to $150,000, even to bring it down just to a 6% increase. Really, if we're going to find some significant changes, we'll have to make some changes to the plan.
And that might be with the dental and vision. Then some things we might not can give, but we need health insurance.
But to your point, this is a huge cost for us. It is a growing cost. We were fortunate for a few years there that really our claims were telling us we didn't need to go up. We went up a little bit anyway, 2%, 1%, maybe a year or two there, just so we can keep that kitty sustainable. But the last 3 years we've been seeing high claims. But your point well taken.
We have a better benefit package than these other. Okay.
By far.
One thing that we implemented where I am is we started looking at it as a total compensation statement. So when you do your annual review, instead of saying you're going from X salary to X salary, you're going from X total compensation to X total compensation.
Okay.
So it's a reframe of kind of what that looks like, so
That's
they
what
can.
the college started doing too. Cause I was like, they ain't knowing nothing, I'm still having to pay my insurance. Then when they showed
In
me
that, you're
I was
showing
like,
retirement. You're
okay.
showing all of these items that they're being paid into.
That makes sense. In terms of this is where you are. Okay, that makes sense.
And if you look not only at the difference in premiums that we pay, a lot of other people are having to pay $50 a month.
Right.
It's 460 people that can throw out $50 a month, and that adds up. But I'm certainly not saying we need to change, but I'm saying we need to look.
I am not in a disagreement. We need to do something, and that's something we need to change. Okay.
No doubt.
I'm not in disagreement. Okay, but I'm still saying that also considering the people, our staffs that are affected by this. Okay.
On the next slide, you'll see positions that were requested. You can see the list. I won't go through it. We had extensive conversation with each of the department heads, and I think that, you know, as I've mentioned before, that these all would be justified. But I will note that we did not include any of these positions in the budget. As we talked about things we, you know, wanted to keep on the table and things we had to take off the table. For now, this is something that we've taken off the table in this budget.
But what was that 5 for Rocky Mount Office Health?
So right now, clinical staff is being shared between Tarboro and Rocky Mount because we just don't have enough nurses and providers that we can have a full clinic in both places 5 days a week. So what they've been doing is they switch back and forth things on what they're doing in one place or another so that we can have that presence in Rocky Mount. What the request is, again, I think justified, would be great that we hire enough staff so that we can have full clinics in both places 5 days a week.
An example is I stopped by the Rocky Mount office. I said, I want a COVID shot. I can't get it. Okay? I really can't get a COVID shot in Rocky Mount. I've got to schedule it for Tarboro. Okay?
Okay.
We've got an excellent health department. I use the health department, okay? I use the health department, and even as relates to, even sometimes if they've got to call their doctor to you know, for those kinds of things, okay? So it is an excellent service that all of us should use. Take the check.
Yeah, and right now we don't have a doctor or a
Provider, that's
a
right.
provider at all.
We have been operating with a family nurse practitioner for 2-3 years, I guess, providing some primary care and some others, and she left us for another opportunity. So we are trying to recruit one now. So that limits what we can do, absolutely. Over the last couple of years, you've heard us talk about, we put positions in reserve. We put a total of 41 positions in reserve again in next fiscal year. I will note that one difference, if you were to compare this to last year's total, last year we had 5 positions in detention in reserve. And after conversation with Sheriff and his staff, what we realized was that they've got to have so many people on shift anyway, regardless of how many inmates you have. You got to have so many people on shift. You got so many shifts that just got to provide coverage. So when they had already given up 8 positions, you'll recall, last year because of not taking federal inmates, then we put another 5 in reserve. And so what we found, the way that played out, is that it just ended up that the folks that they had to work more overtime. And so overtime costs were going up. So what we did this time was that we took those positions out of reserve, but we went in and cut down their overtime budget line significantly. And so it comes fairly close to, you know, being, you know, in and out there, but not quite. But just in case if you notice that difference. But we do have those 41 positions in reserve.
Now, and looking at social services, 32 positions, I'm a little concerned with, especially with what I heard last week at my state meeting, the possibility, the changes that are coming for not only SNAP, but also for Medicaid.
Yes, ma'am.
Where now they have to do it like once a year. They're gonna have to do it
Twice.
2 or 3 times a year, which means that's gonna take more people more time.
You know, and we'll see how that plays out. We may have to revisit this. And when we first did this, where this came from was that we have around 175 total positions in DSS, all positions. But we saw historically that we were running vacancies of 35 plus, sometimes over 40, depending on the time. So we were budgeting those positions, but we just never even came close to. Though if we had the optimal staff to handle the amount of work that they have, we feel like those positions are needed. But, so that's why we felt comfortable. But that's a great point. You're right, and there will be some other, likely if that budget passes, there'll be some other changes going to increase the load. It could even increase our cost to that, because like, for example, in the SNAP program, most people know it as food stamp, the federal government covers 50% of the staff costs to process those applications. We get reimbursed for that. There is in at least one version of current bill being considered now in DC that will cut that back from 50% to 25%. So will the state take that 25%? I don't know, but so we don't know how that all will play out, but there could be some additional costs coming our way to run these programs.
Yeah. Plus the dreaded possibility that we heard from the secretary last week of Medicaid coming back to counties.
Medicaid, yes ma'am, they're talking about that too. So we'll shift to talk about capital outlay as an overview. The total capital outlay request from all departments was over 5.7 million. You can see the breakdown between equipment, vehicles, and buildings. You have a spreadsheet in your packet as well that breaks those down by department. I'm recommending to hold annual capital and to review it at mid-year. As I mentioned earlier, I think that the current budget has no capital in it except for, we'll talk about that more in a minute, is borrowing some money to take care of some capital needs. There are 2 payments in the sheriff's office for some equipment obligations that were not loan payments, but basically they broke the payments up over it 3 years, I think it is, so that you'll see those listed in capital. But otherwise, I'm not recommending any capital. So no, other than what I'm going to recommend that we borrow money to do, no vehicles for any department. That includes. The third point there is a strategic use of debt is recommended with declining debt service on current obligations. I recommend debt for North Edgecombe School project, other critical projects and maintenance, and the purchase of needed equipment in solid waste. The next slide, the need, obviously there's a need there. You'll see in Davenport's document that you have a copy of that we can take on this additional debt without violating our key debt policies. That is our 10-year payout, debt to assessed value, and debt service to expenditures ratio. That third point there shows that we are clearing a path to be able to take on some additional, we'll have some additional cash flow to take on additional debt. However, again, this falls back to difficult decisions that we have to make, right? We could spend that somewhere else, but I think, we have a responsibility to maintain the facilities and properties that we own, and I think certainly these things are needed. So you have in your packet, you've seen this format before, and it breaks it down to every department that requested capital purchase. Of course, capital being anything over $5,000 with a expected life of 5 years or more. And you'll see the total in the far right, and it's categorized between equipment, vehicles, and grounds. And that goes through every department that has requested something. And so now I want to talk about the list for proposed borrowing. You have that in your packet there. It's this multicolored one-page document. It looks like this. And so, Stan Liverman, our maintenance director, part of his budget process is he brings not only his proposed or recommended budget for his department operationally, but he also handles recommendation for our capital improvements. He keeps a track of what we've done, what needs to be done. He looks out over up to 3 years of major things that we need to take care of. Every year we try to do as much as we can. We prioritize what we do. And what he has done here, what he originally did, he gave me a whole list. He broke them out by priority. And then we had conversation about knowing that we couldn't do it all, what should we try to tackle first? So originally, we were looking at about just under $500,000 of annual capital that we were gonna, just appropriate and pay for. After conversation with the budget committee, what we've done is we've layered those in with some other large capital items that we have been talking about considering borrowing. So you'll see here on the sheet, again, this sheet here, if you haven't found it, that says CIP potential borrowing. It has all the projects here that we are considering borrowing money. He has them grouped by project because some of these, though they might be different components in the same building, they can be bid together. So that's how he has grouped them. The colors might not mean anything for us in this conversation, but what he's doing there, he's looking at what he's already gotten a quote for, what he needs to bid, and what will take, 30, 60 days, what will take more than that to be able to get a bid. So you'll see what we're considering right now, and again, we're going to stretch this out as we talk. You'll look at Davenport's report. We're looking at a little over $2.4 million in total, what falls under maintenance, and then $725,000 for equipment in solid waste. We had some conversation at the retreat about equipment needs at solid waste. Mike and Gloria got together, reviewed what we felt like we really need to prioritize to purchase, and that's what you see there. So, from there, you can now see Davenport's report in your book, and that's the format that you normally see it in. I want to direct your attention, if I could, to first page 3. So on page 3, it says existing long-term tax-supported debt. So this is not included in debt that we have in any of our water and sewer districts. But if you see there, it shows for each year, starting with current year, what the principal and interest we are scheduled to pay. And then in the far right column, what percentage we expect to be able to pay out over a 10-year period. So that total column is an important column for us because you see as that amount steps down, that's where we see we get a little bit of some breathing room to be able to take on additional debt. Again, we can either take on additional debt or spend that money somewhere else. As we're proposing right now, these are some things we feel like we need to address. So now if you will turn to page 7. And that is a project overview. And you'll see that they're talking about equipment and solid waste, some building improvements and maintenance. He's got listed projects 1 through 14, but then you'll see under that electric infrastructure improvements. We've talked about this before, but it's been a little bit. So in our human services building, a 6-story building, the electrical system goes up through the building in what they call a bus duct, right? So it all goes up through the building, it branches out on each floor is where it needs to go. I guess maybe about a year ago, they had smoke in the building, and fire alarm went off, people had to come out, they had to come in and figure out, and they found out it was coming somewhere from the electrical system. So Stan had to get a contractor in to find it. We were fortunate that it was in a spot in that bus duct that they could fairly easily get to, and they were able to fix it. But what that pointed out was that we found out that what happened in that spot could happen anywhere from top to bottom, because it's an old electrical system that was, somewhat upgraded a little bit when we bought and renovated the building, but not overhauled in any way. So we have that concern there in the building. So you may remember, I don't know if 2 or 3 meetings ago, you approved a contract with our engineer to go in and to inspect it and to do an assessment and to put together bid documents, and we have bid that work out. And you'll see the number there is, the low bid has come in at $584,000. We're contemplating that to be a part of this borrowing, but I do want to let you know that we should not wait until, if we borrow, and we should not wait until we borrow, because we've got to go to the LGC to get approval on this. My recommendation is that we do this sooner than later. And so what I'll bring back to you at your June meeting is consideration of approving us to execute a contract and to do an intent to reimburse, where we will look at appropriating that money up front. Once we close on the loan, we will reimburse ourselves from of that amount. We'll talk about that more at your June meeting, but I just wanted you to know that that number is a part of the borrowing that we're considering doing. So if you look at page 8, so we've broken this up into really two borrowings. One would be all the capital items, including equipment with solid waste, and then the second would be the 3.2 million, 3.2 plus or minus million that is our match requirement for the North Edgecombe project. Based on timing, we will likely not go before the LGC and pursue borrowing for that until the spring of the year, because they've got to do design documents and all of that, bid it out. We have to have a bid in hand. That will be, we expect that to be in the spring of the year. We're anticipating, if you give us at least consensus approval to keep moving forward with this borrowing, we're looking at doing that, probably going to the LGC at the latest in October. So you'll see that it is grouped in two separate borrowings. Now, if you look over on page 9, this is where they're looking at our key debt ratios. You'll see our 10-year payout. They are factoring in, if we borrowed all this money, where will we fall in these key ratios? So you will see that with our 10-year payout, we will still be well within keeping of our ratio. With this one in particular, remember, higher is better. Is the way that Ted Cole always said. Higher is better. That is, we are paying it off faster than what our policy says that we need to. The debt to assessed value, lower is better, of course. So our debt is way less than what our assessed value is. And the third, debt service to expenditure, obviously we won't even come close to that 15% of our expenditure budget. So if we did all of this, the question, would we still be in keeping with those debt ratios? And the answer is yes. So now if you look over at page 10, again, they've broken this up into two borrowings. They're looking at solid waste building improvements and the electrical infrastructure that I just mentioned there in the 6-story building. They are laying aside what we have debt service on now, and then if we add this additional debt service, if we were to continue to allocate what we're allocating now in debt service, would there be sufficient enough to cover? And you'll look over to column I, and you'll see that there would be. There would be. Did I see you?
Yeah. This is including the school debt as well, or no? These numbers are including the school debt or not including?
This on page 10 does not.
Does not.
Because we're looking at two funding pots to pay for these two separate.
So what's the projection if we have to take another 3? I imagine that takes us down to like 70%.
Well, if you look over to the next page, the next page is looking at the debt affordability analysis. And the reason they're comparing this separately is because we're paying school capital and including debt service from those two sales tax articles, 40 and 42. So this is looking at, if we took on that debt, would there be sufficient enough based on what we get in those sales tax articles and what we appropriate from general fund. So if you look at that there on page 11, now you'll see there in column D, they are making an assumption in this analysis because they just don't know. They're making some assumption that all of what they call pay-go, that what we're budgeting annually, that we'll continue doing that. But we won't necessarily continue doing that because if we're paying whatever the debt service is going to be on $3.3 million, then we have a decision, do we allocate less of that Article 40 and 42 in particular to other things, annual capital, if that makes sense. So, but if we assume that we're going to just add this on top of what we appropriate, you'll see that there will be, if you look all the way over to column K, that beginning in FY26, that there will be some deficit, additional money needed, but that would be tracking down. My recommendation would be, and I think it's just where we are and what we can afford, that if we have to take on 3.2 million in debt, and we should, I mean, because we're getting 64 million for 3.2, we should, but I don't see that with everything else that we can afford to put money on top of that. It will just take some of that 40 and 42 and move it over to this new debt service.
So the school board doesn't have to, they don't have to put any money up for this, just the county.
No, because in North Carolina, statutorily, it's the county's responsibility to provide capital for schools.
But we should really be pushing with our lobbyists to go seek some appropriation to help us with that county match. Beyond the state lottery funds is gonna be paying into the school.
Sure. And we can, we will do
I think that should be the top priority for that lot, to help with that I mean, I don't expect that they would give us the full 3 million, but they should be able to do
But then I
that.
think that we need to start with our local delegation,
Yeah.
making, and I think now that's when we need to, Mr. Evans, we need to make that request of our local delegation, and our lobbyists would help them.
Yeah, and I think that, because I don't think it's totally reasonable for us to say, well, we're not gonna give you any 40 or 42 for other capital improvement projects, because that puts us behind the 8 ball on every other school that we have in the district.
Sure. Well, we'll certainly be happy to communicate that.
So anything that we can get to help supplement that, particularly over those deficit years, is going to, and I feel like there's gotta be some way to get that done.
And while we're on the subject of this, I know it's not part of this borrowing per se, but you will see at your June meeting, as you know, the Articles 40 and 42, when they come in after we pay debt service, after we've subtracted any annual capital, like this year it's 800,000 to the Edgecombe schools, then any balance that comes in has been going to that school capital fund. You all have seen that before. So it accumulates, and that's there for the school to use. We've been having those conversations. You all have asked them that, before they just go and approve a project, bring that to you all for you to review. And so I've received a list of projects that they're considering doing, using that school capital, the funds that we have in that school capital fund from Articles 40 and 42. So you'll see that at your June meeting. And I know Linda has talked with their finance officer there. I've talked with Dr. Bryan, and they've got lots of needs, as y'all saw from at our joint meeting. As we know, there's a little bit of work that's involved to get yourself ready to spend that money, right? You got to identify the project, prioritize it of the long list, then you got to get estimates, then you got to bid it. Sometimes it involves architect or engineer, all of that. So I think they've finally gotten to the point now that they're ready to start working their way down that list, and we want them to, because that's what that money is there for. So I think they want to try to clear the table off as much as we can, go as far down that list as they can before this $3.2 million payback starts.
I guess that's my other kind of trepidation in this, is that they're going to spend all that fund balance that we've built up, or asked to spend all that. So we as a board need to kind of monitor that and say, okay, we can't spend all that down if we're going to be looking at going into deficit to build this new school.
Well, we know, unless we get funding from somewhere else, we know once you all approve and vote and we close on that loan, whatever that debt service is annually, when we're doing the budget, we're going to subtract that first from 40 and 42.
I understand that. It's just these projections, if they say we don't spend that 40 and 42, if they don't spend that down to zero, I mean, I don't think we're going to have the balance that we carry now, because they haven't really been spending those. I mean, lately they have, but not really.
And the other pot of money that is the lottery funds. You just approved that earlier. I think it was $180,000. I don't know what that number is right offhand, but they've got some built up there as well to be used. So between those, there's some money available.
But this is projections here are 5 years without us allocating anything in those line items.
One thing I do want to point out, both of these, pages 10 and 11, as we look at what our debt service will be per year, this is anticipating that there will be no debt service from either of these to fall in FY26. that timing could shift. It could end up being that we may at least have to appropriate interest on those. I know, what was the last one we thought it was? We ended up having to appropriate, what was the last big debt that we, oh, for the animal shelter. We weren't expecting the interest to start in maybe last fiscal year, but it showed up, so we had to appropriate just interest right now. So as we talk more with the group, and that includes Davenport and some of our other team, we've got a working group. We're working on planning, when do we go to the LGC? First of all, if y'all want us to continue on this path, when do we go to the LGC, when we would expect loans to close and all of that. So we may have to come back and adjust the final overall budget to include possibly at least an interest payment for either of these two in next fiscal year. If we do that, we find we have to do that, we'll be sure to call that out to you. So that is, that's, you know, Davenport's analysis of that. In it, I want to pause there for a second because, you know, that's a big thing. We're talking about borrowing a lot of money. You know, to summarize my point to you is, number one, I think is needed. Number two, I think this is a wise use of our debt capacity and cash flow availability. And again, you will have points to approve this. You're not giving me a yes today and then it's all said and done. But do you at least want us to keep moving in this direction?
I think it is. I mean, as we look at the economic future, I mean, we're hedging our bets here that we're going to land some projects as well. So that it all, we've got to address these things now, but we've also got kind of a back end plan to backfill this.
Absolutely, that's great.
Be ready.
And as we know, it doesn't get cheaper.
I heard no objections.
Right.
Right.
We down here selling it.
So before we leave this, let me ask this question. What you got listed in terms of cutting down the expense on the landfill or the dump sites? The equipment you're gonna buy, is it gonna help us to get away from Top Dog spending that kind of money, hiring them to haul? I know we got a couple of contracts with them.
Well, what has helped us to start moving away from Top Dog has been hiring that full-time truck driver. That's the main thing. And he's working out well, is my understanding. That's the main thing. We have a second truck driver position we're trying to fill. If we can fill that, that will really help us to pick up our pace in moving away from a contract. The equipment that we're looking at is not necessarily related to that contract, but that's a great question.
Well, the one thing that I asked Mr. Matthews to give me some figures the other day, and it shows that we spent almost $34,000 in one fiscal year, I'm assuming 24 and 25, on that landfill packer. Are you talking about replacing that? I mean, it's not in here.
No, it's not, and certainly if you need any more details, I'll let Mike come and explain that. But basically, the recommendation from staff and even talking with our engineering consultant at Solid Waste, since we've spent all of that, they feel like that we've got right many years left in that. They do recommend that the cleats on them be replaced so it can pack better. Because if we had to buy that $725 would be double at least, was it?
No, they started at $1 million.
They started at $1 million. So and that's a great question. We talked about that a lot, and you know, Mike and Gloria and the staff, they know a lot more about that, so I'm leaning on their recommendation. If we felt like after spending $30-something thousand, it's a toss-up as to whether it lasts another week or not, we will be having that on the list. But based on their knowledge and the consultant being involved, they feel like that we can get some more years out of that, especially considering it's such a high-dollar piece of equipment.
Since before we go to anything else, let me just ask this question.
Yes, sir.
Do we have some type of plan in mind for sheriff's cars?
Nothing is included in this budget, no, sir.
How about even looking forward to the next year?
Oh, well, we'll certainly revisit it next year. I mean, we, not just Sheriff's Department, but our fleet overall.
Everybody.
We have done a good job of doing a better job of renewing our fleet. We've got a much more reliable fleet now than we've had in a long, long time. And we need to keep up with that. And it pains me for us not to be able to do that this year. But again, back to the analogy, what can we afford to keep on the table and what do we have to take off? That was just one of the things that, but again, ultimately, these are your decisions. If you want us to do that, if you want us to put vehicles back on the table, then one of two things will have to happen. Either we'll have to put that on and take something else off, or we'll have to look at making some drastic cuts, or we'll have to look at a tax increase.
Or borrow more money.
Or borrow more money, yeah.
Or lease vehicles.
I'm just trying to figure out, you know, based on our debt load and how it looks. The worst thing to go to the bank and do is not borrow enough money.
Well, we wouldn't borrow this in the same because these would be shorter term loans, but you know, that's certainly up to y'all. And where I'm leading to in all this conversation is that my recommendation is, you know, if you'll recall, top priority on the list has been employee compensation.
Right.
And if you haven't figured, I don't know if I said, if you haven't figured out, we don't have a pay increase in this budget.
Right.
My
We didn't do
recommend,
a COLA?
no,
Nothing.
there's nothing.
Really?
We look,
Kept looking for it.
yeah, I'm getting, we estimated a 2% increase across the board will cost us just under 700,000. 5% was, I didn't bring the numbers, it was over $1 million. We are at over a $10 million fund balance appropriation already where we are in this budget. So, staff has probably seen me walking, and they have too, you know, walking around with a long face because we wanted to try to do something. We've been talking about that through the entire budget process. If we do it, there'll have to be, again, something else that we take off the table or do some cuts in something, or we'll have to do a tax increase. Again, you have time to digest this after we finish today and think about this, not just before your June 2nd meeting, but ultimately before your June 23rd meeting. Whereas we sit right now, my recommendation is to consider the budget as it is, but let us leave the door open first for staff increases, second for some capital purchases. Let's see how some of our revenue streams pan out. Maybe sales tax runs stronger than we think it might. Maybe those interest rates stay up. A combination of that, some other things. That would be my recommendation. But I do want to show you, as we're talking about enterprise funds, so solid waste, the cost of operating our solid waste, and this is no news to you, continues to exceed revenues. The contract for transport and disposal, we have since our budget committee, we did get that word that is going up by 5.2%. That's our contract with Republic Service. We have one contract for both the tipping fees and also cover the cost of transporting it to the regional landfill in Bertie County. It went up last year right at 5%. So we cannot absorb that increase. So we have to likewise go up on our tipping fees. So you'll see a recommendation of going up on our MSW tipping fee from $75 to $79, and also going up on our household solid waste fee from $125 to $150. And that's that solid waste fee that shows up on your tax bill. So
If
that's
nobody points it out, you don't know it's there.
that's right. So that's factoring that in is included in this budget as well. Good news, water and sewer, so far we've not been given word of any rate increases from either of our suppliers, Rocky Mount or Town of Tarboro. And utilities continues to operate in a positive. Revenues do exceed expenditures. Utilities, they do have some fund balance there, but I guess in the spirit of fairness, he's our utilities director, Paul. He requested 2 vehicles as well. I did not include those because I feel like, again, just trying to be as consistent and fair across all of our departments as possible. We may reconsider that. We see how things go. We do have, I think it's maybe $35,000 if you were to go back and look at that big spreadsheet. We do have $35,000 included in there, and that can be paid for out of their fund balance for a pump station, lift station, I think, that needs to be upgraded. I can't remember. It was something high priority. That's what it was, a transfer pump. The wear pump was in there somewhere. Okay, again, y'all, I don't want to keep you all day, but stop me if you need to. Let's talk about outside agencies. Just for a feel for what the overall picture looks like, a total of a little over $21 million was requested. The budget as we have it is almost $15.6 million. It is actually a slight decrease from current years. I will note that except for a couple of instances, and you have the outside agency spreadsheet in your packet there, and except for a couple of instances, they all stayed flat. I will note that Forestry Service, there's a formula allocation that they do. You all see that every year. The state pays a percentage, we pay a percentage. Their overall request went down, so that went down some. You'll see between between Edgecombe and the Nash Rocky Mountain Schools, we've got one more grade. 10th is going to be up to 10th grade next year. That's transitioning from Nash to Edgecombe. We just estimated what we think that additional cost might be, so we're shifting that from Nash to Edgecombe. In current expense, you'll see that 171,036. Otherwise, we are not recommending any increase there. There's a small increase to Arts Council. That is something that we share in the cost with the town of Tarboro and a few other things, but overall it's a slight decrease. Again, tough decision, because you'll remember at the very beginning, that goes all the way back to almost 3 years now, to your retreat, we've made education a priority. Now, I will say, we should not feel bad. I mean, we do feel bad. We would like to give more, but for both the school system, community college. However, the increases that we have made over the last few years, we are maintaining those. You'll see that note at the bottom of that slide there. I do suggest that we take another look at this at some point, by mid-year, to take another look at that. So that's just a slide on who our top funding recipients are. You have we just talked about the outside agency list. We do continue to have funding, discretionary funding in here for our Getting Off the List initiatives, for our 4 focus areas. We plan to do next year what we did this year. We have already gone out and solicited requests for proposals. We received 25 or 26 responses. We have put in this budget $200,000 as a total block. We, as a committee, will review those and bring a recommendation, but as I had mentioned back at the retreat, we don't plan to do that until after the start of the fiscal year. But we do have a total of $200,000 in this budget.
That's beyond that of Edgecombe Works, that's whole different.
Yes, sir, that's separate and apart for that. And just a quick reminder, you'll remember before we switched to taking this approach, the year before, what we call discretionary funding for outside agencies. That is, we are not required by state statute or some interagency agreement to provide funding. At that time, it was around $130,000, and there were varying amounts. You all agreed that we increase that total amount to 200, and we are now targeting those who are saying to us that we're doing work that specifically ties to your 4 focus areas. Also, giving ourselves a little bit more time before we make those recommendations is those that got funding this year, they have to do both an interim and a final report. It gives us opportunity to get those reports in from them and to review. Edgecombe Works, our Edgecombe Works programs, they are included in this as well. This includes the Promise program. And my apology, I realize looking at this slide now that those numbers are incorrect. The total amount is the same, but we shifted some from one program because now the Promise program, the scholarship program, is actually $110,000, I think. We went up on that this year. That went up in this current year, but I forgot to change those numbers. Overall, it's the same amount of funding. How does this all stack up. So you have in your packet there a fund balance analysis. You can see at the bottom right in that box, it shows what our fund balance, unassigned fund balance has been, the total amount, and then the percentage of our total expenditure budget. So what this shows you is, it shows that as the budget sits right now, that with 10.8, almost 10.9 million to appropriate from fund balance next year, if we were to spend all of that, we would be down to 8%. Now, I'm going to stop there because I'm going to let Linda come up. See if I can shift the slide here, because I want her to walk through, and this is her spreadsheet. I want her to walk through this with you so that you can see how these numbers come together, and you know what the estimates are, and
How much did we appropriate from fund balance last year?
this current year at the beginning was a little over $8 million.
What are we expected to spend of that?
And that's what she's getting ready to come.
Okay, go ahead.
I think it's coming up. I clicked on it. Can we get some IT assistance in here? Okay, he's working.
Yep, can you do the inaccurate symbols? That mouse is acting kind of sensitive.
It's because it's got a little delay from where it has to run through and go to the projectors.
Like I saw that page.
You good to go?
So I want to just say thank you to Jason. What you probably don't know is IT's one of my best friends and best departments. They keep me going and help me a lot, so I really appreciate. You don't know the value of IT until you've got something that don't work and you've got a deadline that you've got to get it done by. What we decided to do this year, and I kind of start you at the beginning here, what we were interested in, and I think Mr. Evans would be okay with me saying, when we first started with the budget and we got in all the requests, what we would have needed from fund balance was $14 million. So we've spent a lot of hours locked up in the conference room, just talking and going through all that information. And we knew that 14 was something that we could not do. And so the challenge before us was to figure out, you know, how do we get to a good number and what might that good number be? And one of the things that, you know, is sort of a, I don't want to call it a pipe dream, but one of the things we said, oh, how nice would it be to go in and tell the commissioners that this year for fund balance, we're going to ask for a little less than we did in 25. So we'll be, you know, what if we could get it a little lower than that 8.1 for 25? And, you know, just given the state of everything, we knew pretty quickly that that wasn't going to happen. So one of the thought processes that I had and talking with Mr. Evans was, okay, we're not going to meet the 8. You know, it was a good try. It would be a great day if we could do it, but our needs are such that there's no way we can balance the budget with 8 million or what we asked for last year. But where does that put us in the fund balance? You know, the unassigned fund balance, and what kind of percentage does that leave us? So I looked at how the auditors calculate what our unassigned fund balance is. And I said, well, you know, let's make some assumptions. So first thing, and I have it on my talking notes, is the first thing to tell you is what we looked at is really, really, really dependent upon a lot of moving variables. I'm trying to narrow down a target that's still moving. We're still getting revenues. We're still writing checks. So I'm trying to figure out in 2025 what fund balance we might use while we're still open for business. It's a little bit easier to do it and a lot more confidence in the numbers when the auditors come back with that. One is because we stop at a certain period of time and say, no more. This is it, we're done. The numbers fall where they fall, and then they're able to assign the percentage of fund balance, or the amount of unassigned fund balance and the percentage based on all those numbers that imaginarily stopped at a certain period of time. So I just wanted to really drive home the point that this really is a projection. It's a best guess, or I'd like to call an educated guess of what we think will happen based on what we know right now. And then from there, we just went through a series of calculations down at the bottom, and I believe you have that sheet in front of you. From there, we made some reasonable assumptions and estimates and said, okay, if in fiscal year 25, it looks like we could potentially use 4.9. That is a product of talking with the department heads, mainly for the health and DSS, and going with them line by line, their revenues, their expenditures, and sort of getting a feel for, you know, you said you needed this much from us at the beginning of the year. How much are you really going to need? What do you think those numbers are going to land? And in working with staff and other folks, we came out with, it looks like if we stopped at this rate and time, the projection is telling us about 4.9. Last year, I believe we used around 2 million. So it sort of could track with that, but then again, the one thing that is obvious, or maybe the obvious elephant in the room, is like last year, you know, no matter what we start out with, we started with 8.1, we've since appropriated to 10.5 this fiscal year. So we always know that for various reasons, we have not, to my knowledge, I don't know if the county ever has, at least in our working relationship dating back to 97, I don't know that we've ever used 100% of the fund balance that we appropriated. We've always been fortunate enough that we've not had to do that. So enough with that, but just the magic number was we were just trying to get what do we think we're going to spend. And if we did the calculation below, using the same estimate from the non-spendables, because we expect that to be around the same amount, using the same number from below with the stabilization by state statute. In layman terms, that's mostly the receivables. You know, that's where at the end of the year, like sales tax, we continue to collect that through September, but we're allowed to put that back to the prior year. But the caveat is we can't count it as available cash in fund balance because we didn't receive it in that particular year. The reval fund is something that we are required to put aside to prepare for those 8-year reval costs to make sure that we have enough money to pay for them. The 10.8 you see here is 26. That's the amount that we needed to balance the budget that Mr. Evans presented to you today. That would be what we would be looking at in order to bring that budget back to zero, where the revenues and the expenditures would equal. So looking at what under this scenario, what the assigned fund balance would be through these calculations would be down to 7 million. And that's if every guess that we had was right on target, which is almost, I was sharing with Mr. Evans, it's almost impossible. You cannot do these projections with 100% certainty. The only thing you can do is what your experience, what you've seen happen, and what the data in front of you is telling you, and make that best guess. And in terms of the way that they've calculated the percentage, they take that unassigned fund, or they take the total expenditures and they divide it by the unassigned to see how much of fund balance unassigned fund balance will have after all of this has been accounted for. So it is true, there is no floor from the LGC, that 8% is not a legal number or a number that we can't have. But that doesn't mean that 8% would be a safe place for us to be. The lower that number is, the less flexibility we have to respond to unexpected events, whether it be hurricanes, tornadoes, just any kind of disaster, especially if we have to go ahead and take care of things in the emergency and there's a gap between when we're able to get some assistance in here to help reimburse for those costs. That's when you start to worry about cash flow issues. Another thing, when you start diminishing some of that fund balance, you've got to think about our credit rating with our credit agencies. That is a factor in how they score us. So over time, it could lower the credit rating. It could, it could make our borrowing costs, we're talking about borrowing, it could cause us to get a higher rate. And I say could and possibly, they're like, what that means is I'm not promising you with 100%. I'm just saying that 8% is about 1 month. That's about equivalent to us not getting any revenue for 1 month and still being able to keep the doors open and not worry about how we were going to make payroll. So that's why the LGC, while they don't specify a floor, they do recommend to us, they like to see the 16%, or you guys, you commissioners asked for, a 15%. And I just wanted to show you, this is sort of a working model. If, get that back up there. If we only did the 2 million, you add another zero. Let me do it over. If we only did use 2 million, then that number could jump up to 11%. And likewise, if we used $6 million, it would drop down to 7%. So that's why this is just a running estimate. Also involved, if this number were to change, or if our non-spendable probably wouldn't have a lot of effect on it. But just know that these numbers could change. What we did was use the best numbers we had, and those were the audited numbers from last year. So again, could the picture be a little bit more, or not as bleak as I'm presenting it? Potentially. We did very conservative projections. We don't want to come in here and overpromise and then you get the audit and we underdeliver. Could it turn out to be around 8%? It certainly could. But those are things that we don't know at this time. But this, right now, today, this is what those numbers are telling us. And that's where we could possibly be when those numbers are calculated at the end of FY25. And I will say that part of it is, and I alluded to this to you in your retreat, what we've seen the last couple of years in the general funds is that the expenditures are outpacing the revenues. we've probably narrowed it down. A big chunk of why that's happening is the transfer that we're doing out to health, DSS, and to solid waste. You know, were it be not for those transfers or for the amount of those transfers, the revenues would exceed the expenditures. But with the health and DSS, some of that is our county share. We just have to do that. That's what we have to do. You know, that's why we try to work with both the department heads at DSS and health to, you know, make sure we've got a good understanding of how they're budgeting, making sure that, you know, our county dollar is as less as it should be. And then we also compare it to, well, if the Fed and state share went down, did ours go down? Did it go up? So we're working with them to try to narrow those gaps to make sure that what they tell us they need is close to what they're going to need at the end of the year. So I know that might be a lot. I'm not sure that I've presented it in layman's terms as much as I would like to. I'm going to try to get back to this undo button to where we started from. And I'm happy to entertain any questions or any thoughts, but just wanted you to know that, you know, right now, the budget as it is, with no tax increase, you know, we could potentially be at an 8%.
Don't we have a policy of 15%?
We do.
So we're violating our own policy.
Yep.
Yeah, we way away from
Do we need to change our policy?
Well, you know, the policy for us is a guide, you know, for us.
It is a guide, but
that. As I say, we would like.
we, at the end of
This
the.
is our goal is.
Yeah, okay, I hear you, but, you know, but it's about like creating an ordinance and break it. You know?
Well, I will say, if you look there at what our historic unassigned fund balance has been audited, you know, last year, we've been above that except for FY20. And FY20, there was some late timing of revenues coming back in, some projects and what have you. So, you know, two sides is what we budget and what we actually spend, you know, so I don't expect us at all to come close to $10 million fund balance spent. But if we budget it, it's in there, it's something that we have to be aware of. And I think that the expectation of LGC, as well as you all's directive to us, has been from previous years, do not bring a budget that puts a fund balance appropriation that if we were to pay it all, that we come below that. Now, that, you know, I would love to be able to ignore that $10.8 million, because if I could, then I would have at least a COLA in front of you, some vehicles and some other things before you. But you know, I can't ignore that. And as Linda mentioned, when we first started the process, before, you know, the initial step is everybody put on the table what you feel like you need, departments and outside agencies. And then we see what that, and that number was a little over $14 million. And so we've been working on pulling a whole lot of things. And we talk about the highlights, no pay increase, no capital, no vehicles, things like that. But also, I mean, we go through line by line and we look at, even if it's something that's a $10,000 line and the department head has to go to 15, and we don't feel like there's a good reason, there's no historic trend to say we need 15 in that line, we take it back to 10. So, you know, we just give you the highlights of it.
Any questions or comments?
Can I just add one thing? I just wanted to say in reference to your question about changing it, you know, it's always a good idea to have at least 15 or 16%. It's because, you know, like I said, the lower we get, we might worry about cash flow issues at certain time of the year. And, you know, it is something, while the LGC might not have any legal requirement around it, it is something that they look at when we go to them for borrowing. When I tried to get those leases that we had for the sheriff's office and EMS, those cardiac monitors. That's something, you know, whether they say that in the open meeting, but that's something they're talking to me about on the calls prior to those, you know, big meetings with the LGC staff. And again, while I think this could be a conservative view, as Mr. Evans said, you know, we don't know where that number will land, if that percent will be higher, a little higher, but we wanted you to know at least where it could be.
Worst case scenario.
That's exactly right. That could be our worst case scenario. But the one thing I think we can say with confidence, we're not gonna spend we don't believe that we're gonna spend 10.5 million of the fund balance we currently have on the books right now. And what it's looking like now, it could be about 4.9.
That's a big difference.
Thank you.
Put it where we want to be almost.
Next.
Okay.
So just, we're getting pretty close, a few more things to land this plane, I guess. Let me see if I can get back to my. Does that say from current slide right there? Is that what it is?
I think that's the wrong slide, so.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that's Board of Review. Y'all don't want to go back over
Should be
that.
on other what?
Let's not do that again.
Other budget considerations.
No more Board of Equalization. We shut that.
Thank you. IT got tired of seeing me fiddle with that. So just a couple of other budget consideration. We do have one fire department, Brattleboro, that's requesting a fire tax increase to go from 12 cents to 14.5. You know, you all have some time to think about that. And if you want to approve that, we'll do that with the entire budget at your meeting on June 23rd.
They have approved it.
Yes, their board has, yes, sir. And they've had some discussion, Antoine has had discussion with them and what they're trying to do. They're trying to bring in some more paid staff to have coverage, particularly during times where they have low coverage from volunteers and increased costs as well. There was nothing that he saw that gave him concern about them not needing it. But this is the only fire department that has requested that. As I mentioned before, we're continuing. There's funds.
They continue to serve Brattleboro.
Yes, yes, sir. There is, we do have money here, those additional funds that we put in current fiscal year. It's been maintained in sheriff's overtime to provide security in the county buildings. As I mentioned at your retreat, they don't have the availability to do it 5 days a week, but our 4 main buildings, they do have a presence 2 or 3 days a week, and it has helped, even that has helped a lot. Finally, on that slide, I'll just say, as I mentioned before, let's not close the door on additional pay and CIP. Let's see how things trend as we kick off the new fiscal year. We'll keep an eye on that and come back and look at it. But again, not to pile on to this somber message that I guess I have here, but with the conversation about what we spend in the fund balance appropriated, you know, we've never spent as much as we budgeted. But the trend that we have is that we used to have some extra we put into fund balance, but now we're actually having to spend some of that. And that's because, good reason, not for bad reason, good reason, most of that is because of the pay increases we've been doing and those other tools that we have been using to be more competitive. So I think it is money well spent. But next year, and I couldn't find a more professional way to say it, but next year, this time we're talking about budget is going to be a really big deal, because this trend of not putting in fund balance but spending from fund balance, that is not sustainable. I mean, just think of it, if you got money in your savings account and you dip in it because you've got more expenditures than revenue in a particular month, you can't keep doing that, right? So, you know, the question, will we see any measurable growth in our tax base? Mr. Thorne, you talked about earlier, it's critical that we get some of these projects in. And we're seeing, you know, some movement to have Amazon, to have the other company, the steel, I can't remember the name, just in front of Amazon, that they're both building now, making investment. Natron, we hope to get that fish in the boat soon. That will be tremendous. And some other smaller projects, housing developments, other things like that. All of that helps. So I think, I think there's promise on the horizon, and we need those promises to be realized in order for us to sustain the trend that we have right now. And so the answer to, we having a recession or not, do sales tax go down, do people lose their jobs, have difficulty paying a property tax, will we see growth in our tax base? Those answers to those questions will be vitally important for us next year. But I will say, even with all of that, there are some very important things, positive things we are accomplishing with this budget. We are maintaining our tax rate. We're not increasing it. We're addressing some critical capital needs, giving, this gives us some tools to recruit and retain. We continue to invest in getting off the list. And we are addressing some key priorities. Maybe not all that we would like to, but we are addressing some of those key priorities. So I'll stop there. Do you have any questions or any feedback or any direction you want to give us? Anything you'd like for us to change between now and our June 2nd meeting?
Anything from the board?
I mean, we can talk about this more in the open public session, but I think we as a board need to have another meeting in November and have a full kind of review of the budget and where we stand.
When? See.
And at some point, maybe it's November, December, before mid-year, we should really sit down and look at where we are and where that trends.
Well, we can have a work session.
I think as a full board to have that, because at that time you could look at COLA. I mean, that's a critical time to be looking at COLA as people go into holidays. If we can do something like that, that's a critical time to be thinking about. We can't go a whole year and not spend anything on upgrading a fleet, because then we're immediately falling back behind. So we've got to look at those things.
Agreed.
And I think it sends a message to the entire organization that says, look, we can't do it right now, but let us look at this conservatively so that we don't get into a precarious spot, and then we can make adjustments to it, as opposed to just, well, I need it now, and what that is.
Why don't you go ahead and, for a November meeting, plan for that?
Yes, sir.
And staff can be preparing for that update.
Yes, sir.
Have that as a
Yeah. And then you get all
special
your
session or call meeting.
Well, that's, Linda's made a good point. We won't have the audited numbers by then. We'll at least be able to see what our trends are, but we won't have our audited numbers by
Well,
then.
when we expect the audit in December,
December.
I mean, it'd probably be helpful to have the audited numbers, I would assume. So, not that anyone wants another meeting in December, but.
But I think even before then, I think if we see any trends pointing in a very strong direction in particular, I think a budget session even before we get the audit numbers will be good to do. That's good.
I think it helps a lot of morale. I think it just helps morale if you tell across the, look, we're looking at this.
Any other comments from any board? Is anything comes to your mind as it relates to suggested changes in what has been proposed? Hearing none, I won't leave that open too long. Hearing none, is there anything else?
The only action we ask for is that you call for a public hearing at your June 2nd meeting.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting side, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, the meeting is so called.
All right.
Is there anything else to come?
Nothing else from staff.
Sounds like everybody here looks sad and glad. Is there no other business to come? Motion to adjourn?
So moved. Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting side, aye.
Aye.
All opposed?